Indeed.
Oh man, I'm being recorded.
Yep. I mean, you know, you are anyways, but here we go. Okay.
I had a whole slice of pizza.
And there's no Carlisle. What the actual fuck?
We lost a Carlisle? We did lose a Carlisle.
We did.
He said he had to help with kiddos real quick.
That
I don't
makes
know
sense.
if the real quick part is accurate, but he did say right before I said we were
Well,
available at any time.
Quick and kiddos is relative, always.
I heard that as, you know, the Episcopalian in me is the quick and the dead. So quicken. And so I was like, I hope they're alive.
Where he shall come to judge the quick and the dead.
Hmm?
What about the slow?
Horrible,
I don't know.
horrible Western movie, but has a lot of good star power. But horrible Western movie. Anybody? Anyone watch it with Sharon Stone, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Russell Crowe, and Gene Hackman?
No.
Gene Hackman's one of those actors where you're like, yeah, like it could be a good movie or it could totally suck.
It's true.
Right? It could be
he was
awesome.
in-
It could be awesome. It could be a train wreck.
He was in The Unforgiven, and he was really good in that. He plays a Western bad guy in both, but he's a really good in The Unforgiven, and just The Quick and the Dead just wasn't great. Miscellaneous 90 movies for 1,000, Alex.
All right.
Pizza.
Pizza.
I thought that was
sure
Carlisle
glad
for a
we're
second.
recording this.
Yeah.
Hmm?
I'm doing
I'm
it
sure
because
glad
we're recording it.
this.
Well, because I record all D&D sessions.
Well,
So-
right. I haven't noticed that this is a D&D session, but okay.
So Jay, did the hammer and sickle, did you like my comment to you back now that I see your background? It was a day or two
Yes.
ago. Yeah.
Yes. I thought I liked it in real time.
You might have. I have most of those notifications turned off right now. It's very interesting in a work day with it's bling, bling, bling.
Yeah, I originally equipped him with dagger and sickle. The sickle because like it's actually useful for harvesting herbs and other things I might be doing in the wilderness. And then I was
That
like,
makes
wait a
sense.
minute, I have a sickle. I have to have a hammer
Mhm.
because I am nothing if not subtle.
Well, the hammer is good just for, building temporary shelters.
Right. No, the hammer is useful. They're both very useful tools.
So I, as my
There he is.
as my weapon of choice, I chose the war pick because it was the closest to an ice pick that I could think of.
Well, now that Chris is here, are we actually going to have a D&D session?
We are. I do believe. Are we all seated? Can you all hear me?
Affirmative.
All right, so Robert, I think last thing I remember is I came into this inn with you.
Yes.
Okay.
I brought you with me because I came to the inn looking for Jay's character, having a hunch he might be here.
My character's been here about a month. He would have met Jay coming in, as most people coming into the area did. He has been set up at this inn most days, kind of doing clerical work, not the priestly kind, for people kind of moving in and out of the area, just trying to kind of keep coins in his hands and not using up his supply of money. But yeah, people who frequent here would have seen me many a time.
Jay, I just realized that Broad is like Charon. He's the ferryman.
Yeah.
That brings people across the river Styx. Okay. Are we in fact ready to begin tonight's episode of Rime of the Frost Maiden? Very first episode, season 1, episode 1. It's been a long road and a long time. Are we ready?
Let's do it.
All right. Icewind Dale has become trapped in a perpetual winter that is getting worse by the day. Ferocious blizzards make the mountain pass through the spine of the world exceedingly treacherous. And this land has not felt the warmth of the sun in more than 2 years. In fact, the sun no longer appears over the mountains, not even in what should be the beginning of summer. In this frozen tundra, darkness and bitter cold reign as king and queen. It has become clear that this eternal winter is not some natural phenomenon. Most people believe that it is some foul magic or intervention of the gods. There is a shimmering curtain of light that illuminates the sky each night, a ghostly aurora. And many people believe that to be some sort of sign of the magic at work. Some believe the everlasting winter to be the work of dark wizards and long forgotten magic, while others blame mysterious creatures bubbling up from the Underdark. Still others believe that this everlasting winter is a punishment decreed by Auril, the Frost Maiden, the goddess of winter's wrath. Some say there are agents of Auril walking the lands, aiding this slow descent into ice and snow. But most people don't know what to believe. They do all agree that something has to be done about it, though, before Icewind Dale becomes nothing but a frozen tomb. Dale folk live in a scattering of settlements known as tin towns. The drop off in caravans coming from the south and travel between settlements in this never ending winter has left everyone feeling isolated and alone. Some townspeople and even whole towns have begun to try to appease the Frost Maiden with sacrifices of one kind or another. For adventurers such as yourselves, though you have either been here or arrived here for your own reasons, chasing your own desires or seeking your own truth, the Tin Towns is a place to test one's mettle or hide or maybe make discoveries. But maybe you will have the chance, in the spirit of heroes who have come before, to leave one's mark on this frigid, blighted, frozen, dark hellscape. You've gathered at the local inn known as the Northlook.
The what?
The North Look.
Oh, got it.
North Look, one word. It's approaching afternoon, although you wouldn't know it by the sky outside. The somewhat dim patch of light that passes for the sun is slowly beginning to wane once more back into darkness. Several of you have recently arrived. Some of you live here, some of you have been, but for whatever reason, you have all gathered around the fireplace in the North Look. Looking around the room, you notice a group of, you're relatively certain they're other adventurers, a Goliath, a halfling, and a tiefling sitting at the table just north of you. To your west, near the fire pit, there are 3 dwarves that look cold and disheveled, and, well, they're kind of glancing around a little nervously, like they have something on their mind and they're not really sure how to proceed. Further over, you see other townsfolk, people trying to drink away the misery and monotony of the loneliness and cold. And in this middle booth, some of you have noticed a woman sitting, not just a woman, a dwarf. Looks a little, well, she looks at home here in Icewind Dale. And seated across the table from her is an older human woman dressed in white and furs with white hair and a snowy owl that sits upon her shoulder. They seem to be quietly having a discussion that seems a bit animated. And then we come back to you, all sitting here, enjoying a drink and soaking up the warmth from the fire. What do you do?
I quietly, while ruffling her cute little feathers, I quietly make sure Hoot keeps an eye on those dwarves and alerts me immediately if they do anything untoward.
Okay.
Question. In all of your description, do any of them have anything that looks interesting? Shields, armor, weapons, anything that looks beyond a regular weapon or regular wearing?
No, I don't believe so. You can make a perception check, though.
Cool. I can.
You are absolutely certain that everyone here is carrying the most mundane items imaginable. They are so uninteresting, you begin to get bored just thinking about it.
Rajaga, when was the last time you came over the peaks? How's the trade been recently?
I came over, what was it, Joe, last night or?
Right. You arrived. You arrived with Siren and with Belatax last night or
Okay.
late afternoon, and a blizzard blew in. Pretty substantial blizzard blew in. I would say it snowed the place in, but it didn't really make that much difference. But it was severe enough that you didn't want to risk travel. So you've stayed the night. The blizzard kind of blew out close to midday, and you've been kind of making your plans as to when to head out again.
Yeah, Dalen isn't it?
Yes.
Do all your characters' name begin with D?
No,
Is this just
but
like a
the
thing?
vast majority do.
No, all of them do. No. Yeah. It's a funny thing. I make fun of him for it.
I got in last night with these two. Blizzard chased us home.
Mm. Who taking care of himself out there?
Of course, herself.
Herself. Thank you.
That's okay. I misgender her all the time.
He did it earlier this evening. But he feels bad every time.
He does.
Can I get a perception check from Varuk, from Croesus, and from Sandalphon, please?
Give me a second. I opened up World 20, but not the Indian Beyond.
Laura, can you put your name on the thing at the bottom? At least how you want us to call you in the game.
Okay. Varuk, something about these dwarves here by the fire tickles your memory about something you heard earlier about dwarves. These may be the ones. Croesus, you notice that the two women sitting in the center booth, they seem to be, their conversation has slowed down, and they're both kind of looking in your direction somewhat appraisingly. And Sandalphon, you notice that at the three adventurers at this table have kind of moved in closer, as though trying to keep their conversation private.
Mm.
Hey, Croesus, you brought me in here because we were looking for a job, right?
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned it. I wanted to find Brad Yaga here. Brad Yaga, I've been looking for you.
Oh, hey, what you need, Croesus?
I may have some business that requires your set of skills.
You need someone taken out of this mess?
Possibly taken into the mess. We will see. I was hoping that would be something up your alley, but of course we are snowed in and there is not much to do in this moment.
Well, I always need a job. So when you're ready to go, let me know.
I
I thought-
figured you would be swayed by coin.
Wait. But one moment, good sir. I thought you agreed. You agreed to show me here, and then you agreed to be my guide. And I still need to go to the 3 lakes, of the 10 towns and the Icewind Dale. I need to go there, and I thought you agreed to take me there because I would really appreciate it, and I will pay. Well, my father will pay you, but I will pay for your work, sir.
Oh, sounds like y'all have got yourselves a bidding war.
Sir, might I ask, what are you doing? You said to go out, maybe if we're going in the same direction. I feel as if in this climate and in this environment, the more people, the better. I can help.
Croesus, like you just kind of see him, he just like locks eyes kind of. Well, first he searches for you and then realizes you're like below his line of sight. And then and then he's like,
Short notes already.
yep. I mean, Croesus, dragonborn, tall, big, whatever. He kind of looks at you and like kind of like tries to like size you up, and it doesn't seem to take him very long. More short jokes. And he just kind of like tilts his head a little bit and says, Bradiaga, who is this? Just like, I've never seen this person before.
It's Bellatrax. I brought her in last night. And by the way, and I kind of jerk my finger, not subtly at all, over in direction of those two people who just moved closer to us.
So as you make your kind of gesture, the two people that were sitting at the booth that have gotten up, you can tell their conversation is getting louder, and they're kind of arguing as they walk. And one of them says, well, they're just people getting killed, getting murdered, and I'm pretty sure it's because they rigged a lottery. Who's going to be next? Maybe Arl is coming for us all. And the woman says, will you calm down, please? This is not the place for us to be having this argument or this discussion. Let's not talk about unpleasant things when we're just trying to have a drink. And they continue going back and forth. And you get the idea just from listening to them that while daily life in Tin Towns has a habit of being deadly, most people do not die of unnatural causes. And by natural, I mean freezing to death. That's a natural cause. But in this case, they're talking about what amounts to murders. And that's a little unusual. And so they continue to go back and forth. And the man seems to be convinced that there's some agent of a goddess that's going around murdering people. And the woman is, she's less than convinced. And
Is the lottery something that we've heard, that those of us who've been here for a while have heard of? Is this like I get to win money lottery, or is this a more nefarious lottery?
Yeah, you win cash and prizes. And by cash and prizes, I mean you get strapped to a pole, dunked in water till you freeze, and then murdered so that the Frost Maiden will be appeased.
Got it. So the lottery being rigged, yeah.
Right. Not every town practices this. It tends to be the bigger ones or the ones more on the outskirts of the Tin Towns area, the smaller towns. But you also are keenly aware that Bryn Shander, occasionally when the weather turns very, very bad, they will have a lottery and they will sacrifice someone.
Gotcha.
So after
while this, sorry, Robert, go ahead.
After you introduce oh my gosh,
At the bottom.
Bellatrix. Thank you. It is at the bottom. After you introduce Bellatrix, Croesus, his like inquisitive look turns into just a big wide grin full of teeth, and he just says, "Welcome, Bellatrix, small one. Pay no attention to the rabble in the bar. This is a friendly place. Welcome to Bryn Shander."
Thank you. They're talking about a lottery? How does one rig a lottery? Because we have a lottery where I come from, but it doesn't sound like the same kind of lottery. We just pick it in, and that person gets to be the head of the feast and sit with my father. So it's kind of like a really good thing. This doesn't sound like a good thing.
You don't want to play the lottery. Don't mind yourself with that. Just spend your coin, enjoy your visit, and enjoy the cold weather.
So you're from around here?
I tried really hard. I almost went to full pirate. I almost said I. But I'm
Arr,
not.
I think you're doing great. You're doing great.
Croesus just simply kind of like nods his head, respectfully, that yes, almost like there's almost like a curtsy with it, but it's just,
A genuflect.
just, yes.
No idea what that is. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Jay,
So-
our,
Joe, hold on. Joe, once those people, I knew they were just arguing about murders and didn't appear to be approaching us with malice aforethought, I would have stopped listening to them directly and started paying attention to how other people in the bar were reacting to their conversation.
Make an insight check.
I will do that. Where's my character sheet? There's my character sheet. I am halfway decent at insight. 14.
They seem to be sincere in their views. For the most part, other people don't seem to be paying attention to them.
Okay.
But you also know that in Bryn Shander, it is a very friendly town, but part of the reasons it being friendly is because people tend to stay out of each other's business. And so that kind of seems to be the case here. And you watch them, and they kind of take their conversation outside.
Like I said, I'm far more focused on anyone else's reaction to them than to them.
Right.
Once I deemed them not a threat, I stopped
So
really caring about them.
make a perception check with advantage.
All right.
Ooh, good thing you had
Advantage.
it.
Ooh,
That
thanks for the
advantage.
advantage.
So you notice that the weathered dwarf sitting in the booth, this one here,
Yeah.
she was definitely paying attention to what the man was saying, and she was kind of nodding her head, and the woman sitting across the table from her is kind of like waving it off like it doesn't matter. And so a couple of moments go by, and you notice there's a little bit of conversation between these two again. And then the dwarf kind of, I guess he kind of shrugs, sort of, okay. And she looks over at you, Croesus, catches your gaze, and kind of gives you the come here for a moment, boy, finger.
Croesus barely acknowledges it, but does turn to Chris's character, who I'm trying to find the name of.
Baruch.
Varuk. It is Varuk. Turns to Varuk and says, pardon me a moment. I must attend to some business. Please continue. Have a drink on me, and I will return momentarily.
Before you
And,
go, so I wanted to tell you, last night when I arrived and sat down for dinner, do you see those dwarves over there around the fireplace? I
Croesus
think
like turns and nods, and then nods to you.
I think I heard them talking about missing something, and they were looking for people to pay to go looking for it. My ears are pretty good, but it was kind of loud in here last night. But it got me thinking. We were in here looking for jobs. Might be something, I don't know. You're better at talking to people.
Tax
Sounds
has
like we
her
got a-
eyes really big and looks to you and goes, "Are you also looking for a job? I am also hiring."
Oh,
Sounds like
Croesus-
there's a third party for the bidding war.
Croesus kind of hears this and is like, I'll let them, amuse themselves for a moment. And he just kind of, nods and under like an acknowledgement to Varuk and, stands up. He's kind of a tall dragonborn, and kind of pushes his chair in and then walks over to where he was
When
called.
he gets about halfway and Dalen realizes where he's going, he hops up quickly and catches up to Croesus and says, if you don't mind, I've been wanting to talk to that woman for a while, but I wasn't sure how to approach. If you don't mind, I'd be very, very appreciative if I could approach with you, sir.
Croesus just feels a little startled because he didn't expect to be caught up with in the middle of the bar. And he turns and, after you say your piece, he kind of bends down a little bit to kind of talk to you. I'm assuming you're not as tall as him.
No.
Okay.
I mean,
you could be like
I'm
a
not short, but
could be a basketball
I'm
player.
in the 5.5 to 6 foot range.
Yeah, no, he's definitely mid 6 feet, maybe a little bit taller. And Croesus says, "Oh, what business did you want to discuss?"
I believe she and I have a like profession, and the materials for our craft are hard to find here. And I was just hoping to find anybody who might have a supply chain. I'm happy to sit here, and I'll point to the table, and you can beckon me over if it is okay for me to join. I do not want to intrude, and I'll just kind of sit down at this table right here.
Croesus, sort of bows his head and sort of pleasant acknowledgement is that you get the sense that seems reasonable and that he
Okay.
will definitely consider that. And then he continues his path, and he pulls over this chair right next to this table and sits it right at the end of the table in a very smooth and deliberate action. And he sits down with a big grin, full of dragonborn teeth, and waits to be acknowledged.
Please ask the lady in white if she can get us some Turkish delight.
So you sit down and you kind of give him the smile, and the woman in white, she just kind of snorts, kind of like and kind of shakes her head and sighs, and the dwarf looks over at you and she says, "So, are you the one that Beldora told me about?"
Do you know of any other red dragonborn in Bryn Shander? And he just sort of gestures at all of him.
Well, to be fair, she didn't mention that you were a dragonborn. I'm assuming it's because she's trying to put less of importance on race, but if you wish to be identified simply by your color and your species, that's fine. I mean, I'm a dwarf, and you probably expect me to speak in some outrageous Scottish accent, and yet here I am, well spoken, calm, almost no hint of an accent at all. And she says, "So you have quite a few friends over there by the fire."
One second, I'm looking up the name. Yes. So Croesus sort of just smiles in amusement at the conversation, and then turns over his shoulder to look at the motley crew that is assembled around the fire, and he turns back and says, "Ah, yes, Beldora mentioned that we might need some muscle, and it just so happens that most of them arrived without too much effort. It was quite wonderful. But yes, we are certainly here."
Yes, almost like some sort of divine providence. And Dalen, perception check with advantage.
Thank you, sir. One sec.
Croesus sort of just like slaps the table and says, I'm not one to argue with luck.
17.
Very good. You can feel the eyes of the woman in white upon you. She has taken notice of you. She scoots down, gets ready to get out. She nods at the dwarf, and I'm trying to move things on Lisa's screen. She nods at the dwarf, gets out and kind of makes her way up here. And the dwarf sighs again. And she says, well, okay. I guess maybe introductions are in order. I'm Hiln. I came to this part of the world several years ago. And, in my previous line of work, I had to be very attentive and notice things and notice when people were doing things they shouldn't, or maybe they were doing things they were trying to get away with. And well, I know you probably heard old Harun there going on about murders and the Frost Maiden and whatnot. And as much as I don't want to admit it, there are people being killed. There have been 3 people who have been relatively murdered in cold blood, brutally murdered. There was a halfling trapper in East Haven. There was a human in Targos, and just 3 days ago there was a dwarf glassblower here in Bryn Shander. And the only thing tying them together was that each one of them had a dagger of ice shoved into their chest. So I'm too old to be chasing after murderers with ice daggers, but I can't help myself. And I kind of looked into it. I kind of did a little of some of my old, we'll just say some of my old habits, and looked at comings and goings and people here and there. And I think I know who's doing it. And I think they need to be stopped because for whatever reason, they are killing and they're not stopping. So
Croesus would like to make an insight check to just see just how sincere this person
absolutely
sounds.
do it. You know enough from your past, knowing that you have to be able to make very split-second decisions as to whether someone is being truthful or not. And you are relatively very confident that Lynn Trollbane is telling you the truth as she knows it.
Can you
Cool.
spell that name for us real quick, just so I can have it in the notes?
Hlin, Hlin, Trollbane.
Ooh.
On her father's side. Her mother's side was the troll lovers, but she got the Trollbane side of the family.
Huh.
So as this is going on, this woman makes her way over here, kind of behind you, Dalen, and she taps you on the shoulder.
Yes,
Wait.
yes, my lady.
And before you is an older human female. She has white hair. She's dressed in white leathers and furs. There's a snow owl perched on her shoulder that seems to be looking around, taking in everything around her, turning, doing that little trick owls do, where they turn their head all the way around, kind of looking around. And the woman looks at you and she says, "So, I don't recall there being someone else from the Arcane Brotherhood being sent besides those other two idiots. But, I can tell you at least know the difference between a spell and a cantrip. Am I wrong?"
You are not incorrect in that, my lady, but I must assure you, I am not a member of the Arcane Brotherhood. I come from further north of there. I'm from Neverwinter. I have apprenticed to Jafal Par in Neverwinter. I've come up here on a recent outing research for my master.
I see. Belatax, I need you to make a perception check. And I need a way to see two things at once.
2 eyes, man.
Right?
You want a perception check? You do. Like I'm about to be put on an owlbear, so I am probably really preoccupied.
You may be preoccupied, but through some miracle of acoustics, the words Arcane Brotherhood roll around in your head, and there's like a gear that turns and a spring and maybe a cuckoo clock that goes off, and you're like, oh yeah, the Arcane Brotherhood, that's that group of maybe shady, maybe just really intolerant, or definitely a gaggle of wizards that work and are based out of Luskin. And so
I don't trust them.
And
I don't trust them.
I'm getting there. And Sistin, your passive perception is enough for you to have also heard Arcane Brotherhood, and you are also keenly aware of the fact that there is a tower in Luskin filled with wizards, and they very much keep to themselves. And make a history check for me.
Joe, after Sistin, I have a question.
Okay. So, Sistin, you remember from your time in Luskin that kind of the word on the street about the Arcane Brotherhood was they had kind of a policy of recruiting wizards to keep them from becoming rivals, kind of keep your friends close and your enemies even closer. And so they tend to, if they take an interest in a wizard, it's because they either want something from him or because they want to make sure he doesn't become a potential rival that could interfere with their quest and thirst for knowledge and power. So
They will be the unweaving, they will.
Hey, Joe,
yes.
my passive perception is 15. Did I pick up on Arcane Brotherhood, and does it mean anything to me if I did?
You can make a history check.
So with hearing Arcane Brotherhood, I have questions for you.
Nope.
You hear the words arcane and brotherhood, and to you, that sounds like kind of picture like a Boy Scout meeting, like a bunch of guys in the same robe with the same stars and moons on their hats, and they're literally holding hands singing Kumbaya. That's
Okay,
yeah,
that's fair.
that's that. Velotax.
So because they're from Luskan and I'm from outside of Luskan, and my people, my entire tribe are merchants of great magical creations. Have they ever bought anything from us? Or do I know if they bought anything from us? And what is my extent of their knowledge? Because if they've ever purchased anything from us, we would know, like, we don't really have what one would call, when you said sort of shady, we
Mhm.
judgment on that. We just know if they buy things or if they don't buy things.
Right. You know that there have been rare occasions when your clan has acquired something of true rarity or true value. And you know that there are members of the Arcane Brotherhood that absolutely have the means and the ways to pay, to pay good gold for powerful items. And you've made your clan has made a few transactions. You're not really sure exactly what, but you know based on that members of the Arcane Brotherhood don't just randomly show up someplace. They, like, the thing about one alone is a wanderer, two or more have a purpose.
Mhm.
They always have a purpose.
Okay.
Or at least that's the idea that you've gotten. They are not frivolous. I'll put it that way. So as this information is kind
Do you
of,
want me to do a history check, by the way, or would I just know
I
that?
would just know that would be, I
Okay.
mean, it would be unusual enough, and frankly, there would be enough money changing hands that you would have been aware of it
Okay.
due to your position. So Dalen, the woman, kind of continues. She says, so my name's Velen, and I am a member of the Arcane Brotherhood, and I was sent here with two others from the Brotherhood, and we've since decided to approach our tasks separately. But are you traveling? Are you thinking of traveling? I noticed you with a kind of a crowd of people over there by the fire. Are you going to be traveling with them soon, do you think?
Oh, my dance card is still quite empty. I spend most of my time here just doing clerical clock type work for the natives, for the people who come in and need contracts read or signed, just to make there's no shenanigans. But it is quite stymied, my research mission, because it is, he looks to the door, a bit dangerous to go out with oneself. So if I have the opportunity, I will definitely sign on with the group to be able to travel among the 10 towns and learn more in my research. The reason I'd stepped over to begin with was to find out if you are, I wasn't sure if you were a local or not, but as you're probably aware, some of the accoutrement for our profession is hard to find here, and did not know if you had any insights to where I could pick up inks, papers, any of the normal day-to-day, more mundane artifacts that we of the arcane nature use.
She kind of arches an eyebrow as she, you can tell she's thinking about doing that mundane clerical work, and the bile rises in her throat just thinking about it. She's like, oh, I would, I just
You'd rather freeze to
you
death?
can tell she is that is not a thing she would sully her spell casting hands with on a bad day. So
Yeah. Inky
Uh,
fingers over
but
here.
she kind of arches her eyebrows. She kind of appraises you. You can feel her eyes like going from your head down to your toes, back up to your head. And her expression is very neutral. And she says, I might know of a source or two, but I'm not very keen on just sharing that information with anyone, as you're aware. As you just stated, it's hard to get the things we need to do the things we do. Said I tell you what, I have a request of you. Maybe call it a favor. Says there's a colleague of mine, and she's a younger woman named Nas Lantomir. And well, she was supposed to meet me here in Bryn Shander, but I've had a hard time finding her. I would be appreciative if you could keep an eye out for her. She has dark hair, glasses, and she may be carrying an orb of quartz about this big, and she's like crystal ball sized.
Okay.
And if you hear or see anything about her, if you see her somewhere, someone brings her up, well, let me know. I'll give you, let's say, she kind of pauses. You can tell she's like doing some mental arithmetic on just what it would be worth to farm out this task to a Yutz, and she's like, I'll give you 25 gold and I'll introduce you to the one merchant here in Bryn Shander that can occasionally acquire the inks and parchments we require. Do we have a deal?
My lady, I'd be happy to help you in this. If I were to encounter her, should I let her know that you were looking for her and where to find you, or just get the information back to you?
Oh, absolutely. Do not let her know I am looking for her.
Understood.
She's tardy, and that makes me suspicious, especially with what she's carrying, and she knows that it is important to me. So let's say I would rather her be surprised when she comes into contact with me. Do you understand?
I completely understand, my lady, and I will definitely keep my eyes open for her.
So she kind of reaches into her satchel and she pulls out a scroll, and it's bound and wrapped up, and she says, this is a scroll. Are you familiar with the spell sending?
I am. I have seen it cast several times, though I myself have not cast it.
No. This is a scroll that will allow you to cast it. If you hear anything, or especially if you see Nas, use this scroll and let me know. And I will make haste to wherever she is. She kind of pauses, waits for a moment, like, do you have any questions?
You've been extremely clear, my lady.
Okay, very well. So you have my name, Velin. What is yours?
I'm known as Dalen Cull.
Very well, Dalen. I hope to hear from you soon. And she kind of, you see her give kind of a knowing little nod over to Helene. And then she kind of begins to walk away. Does anyone wish to do anything?
Yeah, so about this time, I don't know if you've been following the chat, but Broad picks up Bellatrax and puts her on Hoot, and then smacks Hoot's rump, so that Hoot just roams around the bar
Oh boy.
wildly.
Look at that. That's
am-
great.
I am playing this as something that Broad usually does or frequently does with Hoot, and the regulars are just like, oh, Broad's doing that thing again.
Yep.
But it startles newcomers. Hoot is very careful not to wreck things and especially not to hurt people. But, you know, it's a big owlbear running rampant around a bar. It tends to, you know, shake shit up.
So I stand up and kind of start slamming my beer mug on the table and like stamping my feet like, ha ha, yeah, go.
Bellatrax,
Taxing-
would you like to tell me what this looks like? Would you like to share
yeah.
this vision of Bellatrax on a rodeo owlbear?
Tax's eyes are really big and she's holding on and she's like, this kinetic experience is exciting yet frightening, but I feel like I'm safe. And then she's looking around.
Make a dexterity save or animal handling check, your choice.
Okay.
Yes, Hoot nanny music. Perfect.
Laura, do you have what do you call it, a banjo?
I don't have a banjo, but think kind of a twangy lute. It's going to be
Right.
I'm going to make everything sound a little just more twangy,
Can-
a little bit metal pick.
Can any of you guys, can y'all hear the actual background music?
No, because Lisa is sharing her screen, the background
Oh.
music stopped.
Yeah.
So I
That's
believe
that's very sad.
it
Okay.
kicked you off that.
Oh well, that's very sad.
Joe, not that it makes a huge difference, but I opened up a pouch or a kind of a satchel at my side, pull out a oiled and waxed canvas bag, unroll it, put the scroll in it, roll it back up tight to protect it from the elements. And then I move somewhat satisfied back over to my spot by the fire so my fingers can maybe have some semblance of warmth again.
Right. Right. So
You may have to dodge me. I'm kind of like dancing up and down
That's
while
fine.
I'm watching.
I'll do a little
Bella-
dance with you as I get around and then go sit down.
Bellatrax, you manage to not be thrown off of the back of Hoot, and you kind of figure out his sort of bouncing rhythm. You sort of put one hand back, you lean back, you maybe put an arm up. You've got this. You were born to ride baby owlbears.
I will both hands and I will begin to attempt to record the pace and the feelings and how I can feel the muscles move in the parts of her that I'm touching. I'm just like, oh yes, oh yes.
Right on.
Immediately you recognize the song that Sista is playing. It's the Hoyt accent. I'm an owlbear rider and I love my rodeo.
I think it's hooked on an 8-second ride, but you know.
Okay. Hoyt accent, but I can go either way.
So
Save a
as I'm
horse,
doing-
ride an owlbear.
Yeah.
That's it. So
Indeed.
Sistine, your performance is, I would say at least as good as any that would normally be here. I mean,
Yeah.
so much so that this crew over here, that they kind of stop their conversation and kind of look over at you and pay attention. They they are entertained and apparently are liking what they hear. And you also notice that these three, trying to click on Lisa's screen again, these three dwarves down here have also begun to watch you and play. And back at the other end in the booth where the Helen and the Croesus are, Lynn kind of pauses, looks down at this raucous music playing and observes the impromptu owlbear rodeo. And she's kind of like, okay, it's gonna be one of those nights, I guess. She says,
Entertaining party, are they not? Just
they
kind of rolling with
are,
it.
yes, they are certainly something. I see Broad is that owlbear is getting bigger. I hope nothing, I hope it doesn't hurt anyone, but anyway, what were we? Oh yes. Rampant and wanton murder across the 10 towns. So, as I said, I've done a little checking, and I think I know who's doing it. And it's a man named Sefek Caltro.
Does Croesus recognize that name?
Absolutely not.
Cool.
I mean, you don't recognize it, but there's not really a reason you would,
Sure. Just wondering. Cool.
right? She kind of puts her hands together and leans in, kind of glances out, kind of, conspirationally. She's like, so
Croesus leans in too.
all right,
He takes up the whole table
all right.
with his arm span.
Sefik Caltro works for a small traveling merchant company called Torgs, owned and operated, guess what, by a shady dwarf named Torga Icevein. In other words, Sefik gets around. He's charming. He makes friends easy. He's also Torga's bodyguard, so I'm guessing he's good with a blade. His victims come only from the 3 towns that sacrifice people to the Frost Maiden. This is what passes for civilized behavior here in Icewind Dale. Maybe the victims found a way to keep their names out of the drawings. Maybe they won one lottery and lost another. Maybe Sefik found out they were cheating, so he killed them. Who knows? Maybe he's actively doing the Frost Maiden's bidding. I followed Torgs for a 10-day, and as it moved from town to town, quite the devious little enterprise, but things like that are no longer my concern. What struck me is how comfortable Sefrek looked in the cold. No coat, no scarf, no gloves, just clothes you would wear inside. It's like the cold couldn't touch him. Kissed by the Frost Maiden, indeed. It's getting late. I'll cut to the chase. I don't think the town speakers are going to do anything about this because some of the town speakers participate in the sacrifice. And, getting all 10 of them to agree on anything, and there are actually a couple of them who have been missing or killed and haven't been replaced yet. So I just don't think they'll do anything. Or if they do, they won't get around to taking care of it until more people die. So I'll pay you 100 gold pieces to visit this Sefric Caltro, ascertain his guilt, and deal with him preferably without involving or informing the authorities. When the job is done, bring me proof of his apprehension, and I'll give you the 100 gold. Can you handle that, or should I look for someone else?
So Croesus just slowly leans back, puts his arm in the booth because he's slid in while the other person left, and he just sort of like smiles, very largely again, and then just kind of nods his head and says, "Where can I find the bastard?" Now I've gone pirate again. That's fine.
Just
You-
embrace it.
Right.
I was
you-
muted. I was gonna say you sound great, man. Just keep going with it. I love
Right.
it.
You could swear she mutters something under her breath about, and they think my people have funny accents. And,
we have too much, this Icewind Dale, is too much of a backwater town for us to deal with, wanton murder. Anyone who spent any time out of this place would probably feel the same way. So just point me in the direction of this guy.
She says, well, they're a traveling band of merchants and, possibly criminals, but again, not my business. The last murder was 3 days ago. Coincidentally, the night of the new moon. And that was here in Bryn Shander. Now, the last I heard, Torg's caravan was headed towards Targus. You probably want to take a look there, and if they're not there still, then maybe you can find out where they've gone from there. They do tend to set up camp and kind of set up a little bazaar, I guess, a little roadside business. They have tents and sleds and sled dogs, and it'll be hard to miss. Fairly noisy. And they do a fair amount of business. So if they aren't in Targos, then someone there will know where they went.
Croesus just sort of nods and smiles, essentially acknowledging it's well within his capabilities to take it from there.
She says, when you've finished, I'll be here in Bryn Shander for the next few days. Nothing pressing, so I should be here, or if I'm not here, ask for me and someone will be able to get word to me to meet you.
Generally speaking, Joe, not Chris, Joe, assuming normal Icewind Dale conditions, big quotation marks, about how long does it take, to travel between Bryn Shander and Targos?
About 2 hours.
On foot?
There's an established trail,
Sure.
an
Okay.
established road.
Okay.
You can see there.
Oh yeah, it's only a couple miles.
Yeah,
away.
it's
Sure.
not
Okay.
it's not that far. Provided
Cool.
the weather holds, on an average day,
Yeah.
it should take a
normal
couple of
conditions.
hours, maybe.
Cool. Then that makes everything else much more attainable. Cool. That is great. Perfect. So then that being that, Croesus slides out. Well, again, I'm about to try to click on the Zoom.
So
Yes.
but before you go,
Yes.
make an intelligence or wisdom save, your choice.
Character sheet. Wisdom is 1 whole point higher. Yay.
We're helping. Oh,
So-
dude, nice.
Right. So you somewhere in that big dragon head of yours, a couple of neurons align and fire, and you realize that she said that the murders took place on the nights of the full moon, which was 3 days ago. So you have about 27 days
Mhm.
before another person is murdered if the pattern holds.
Right.
And there's one moon here, right?
Saloon, yes.
Right. And is the name Torga Ice Bane like I kill ice, or Ice Bane like I'm cold to the touch?
Oh, it's definitely Ice Bane, like
Thank you.
Bane of Ice.
Yep, yep.
Yep.
Wait, like I'm a destroyer of ice, or ice flows through my body?
No. I'm sorry. I was looking at Helen's name. It's Ice Vein, as in she's got ice water in her
Got it.
veins.
All right. Whoever typed it originally did it right. I put it back.
Right on. So
Perfect.
So she just kind of, I'm not going to say she's dismissive of you, but she's a woman of few, well, maybe not few, but unless she has something new to say, she's probably not going to be volunteering anymore. You could ask her more if you wish. So as this goes on, she's made it outside, and
She was not distracted or anything by the owlbear situation. We did not walk in front of her or anything like that.
Y'all are at the bar.
she noticed it. She's perceptive. She noticed it, but she didn't even acknowledge it. Like
Okay.
such tomfoolery is beneath her.
Excellent. Good to know.
Hey,
Cool.
Joe, I've been sitting here in the bar for, on and off for the last month. Did the description of the lady I'm supposed to be looking for ring any bells on someone I might have seen come in at any time in the last month?
Intelligence save.
$19.
You think maybe 10 days ago,
Okay.
a woman somewhat matching that description made her way in, had drinks, had dinner, or maybe not dinner, but had lunch. It was midday, and then she kind
Okay.
of, made her way out. That she was, you kind of had to work to remember it. She wasn't.
She
Like,
didn't engage
she wasn't,
with me.
She wasn't
Yeah.
gaudy. She wasn't, incongruent with everything else that was going on. She was just like, I think I remember somebody like that coming in, around lunchtime, maybe
Cool.
5-10 days ago. Don't really
Okay.
remember, but
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
everybody, just so you know, because Joe mentioned this to me, the calendar in this world has 10-day weeks. So when he says 10 days a lot, that's about a week ago in this world.
right.
Right.
Yeah. In Faerun, you have 12 months with 3 weeks of 10 days each. Because
Easy game.
because that's why.
10 days. Yep.
Yep.
And you still get a full moon every 30 days.
Right.
So
And the-
Croesus, what you want?
So you make it back there. So Varuk, you notice in all of the kind of you notice that these dwarves down here, whom, not to be stereotypical or anything, but dwarves are not exactly known for being reserved and teetotalers. They kind of look at each other and they're not disturbed by the merrymaking, but you can tell that it's the antithesis of how they feel. And they kind of look at each other, and one of them catches your eye, and you again, that memory of the rumor, the thing that you overheard the other day or yesterday, you think, I'll bet that those dwarves, one of them has a glowing exclamation point over his head. And
I do believe Varuk's mentioned that.
Right. And so there you can tell they're kind of like discussing amongst themselves, like I don't think build up the courage is quite the right word, but they're trying to come to a consensus as to what to do. Sistine, perception check with advantage.
I think she stepped away to the bathroom.
Well then,
Go to her computer and click on her character sheet.
right. You know what? Let's just move it over since she's actually closer. Sandalphon, make a perception check. You notice that this group here as they've kind of lost their enthrallment with the music, and they have begun discussing something amongst themselves. The tiefling pulls out a piece of parchment from her satchel, lays it out on the table as though maybe a map or something. It's big enough to be a map. What do you all do?
So Sandalphon wakes up from the nap that she's been having, that they are not aware that they've been having, because I really tried to pay attention, but I didn't. And she just kind of looks around. It's like, ooh, map. And who's still sitting next? Like, is there anyone sitting next to me?
You could have sworn. You get the feeling there should have been a lizard folk next to you. Like you are very confident that in another reality, maybe a quantumly entangled lizard folk was there beside you, but that reality has passed and they're no longer there. It's basically clear space between you and that table.
But is there anyone near me that I can get the attention of?
I mean,
Hey,
you
we're all
have,
fairly close to you.
We're all
everyone's-
fairly, except for me, who's on an elf.
here
So
you
I'm
are.
sitting next to you. Yeah.
Right. Here.
Sandalphon, wake up, bleary-eyed, look around, and goes, map.
What are you saying?
There's a map. And they point over to the table where the map just got up.
Oh yeah. I'll glance over the table now. Pay more attention to the other table than my drink.
Anyone that wishes to pay attention to them, make a perception check.
Yeah.
Are any of you
I'll take-
going to move closer?
No, I'm still sitting. I probably
Not-
won't walk over,
Not
but I've got
yet.
really good vision.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
say with that 3, Sandalphon just kind of goes to sleep again.
Dalen and Broad are all over it.
Yeah.
All right. Dalen and Broad, you kind of You see that kind of on the table, there is a map. It looks to be a well-drawn and carefully crafted map of the 10 Towns area.
Ooh.
And the Goliath looks at the other two and says, I say we look for Oka Minotaur. She will know what curse has befallen Icewind Dale. I am sure of it. And the tiefling says, you just want to test yourself against her, which is a bad idea on its own. Besides, how is hunting down a werebear going to get us paid? I knew we should have said yes to that wizard who wanted us to look for Netherese ruins. And then the halfling kind of puts her hand down and says, we can end this goddamned winter. Surely there'll be some gold in it for us. I'm with Mokingo. I know a guide up in Targos who can help us search. And then they kind of look over, notice you guys paying attention to them. And then they they kind of look at each other, they sort of nod, and the tiefling like begins to roll the map back up.
Professional curiosity question.
Mm-hmm.
Do I happen to know who this guide in Targos might be?
You absolutely do.
He's
Okay.
the #1 rated guide in the region.
Right. Well, I mean, you are absolutely certain that there's you get this weird feeling that there should be a lizard man like right here. And you are very certain that because of his line of work, he would probably know exactly who they're talking about. You do know that Targos is a place where there are one or two sort of, I don't know, outfitters, maybe guides that lead people. Kelvin's Cairn is or Cairn, sorry, Kelvin's Cairn. People go exploring through there. There are there are definitely many places in this area that people like to explore. Some of them are thrill seekers, some of them are adventurers, some of them are people trying to make an extra coin or two. But you're aware of who they are. You haven't had any direct dealings with them, or you haven't had any recent direct dealings with them, but you know who they are.
Okay, so
wouldn't
who
be
do I
like,
who do I think it's most likely they're talking about? Their guide in Targos.
Their guide in Targos that you are most definitely know who they are. Let me open the thing here. So
while you do that, I hold up my hand and snap my finger, which is the signal for Hoot to come back to me and stop like
Cavorting.
gallivanting.
Oh, gallivanting. Okay, fine. Brajaga,
Yes.
one of these people here said something interesting, something I'd not quite considered. Looks again at his cold hands. Hands look almost white, just because like the circulation just is not there, even though he's been holding on to something spiced and warmed and whatnot. I think I might have run most of my course for the information I can easily find here in Shender's Hill. If you do have an opportunity to venture out among some of these other 10 towns, I think it is time for me to also see something else to further my research. If it would be beneficial to have someone of my talents to travel with you, I would like to potentially hire on if you are hired out to venture to some of the other towns. I can try to contribute coin-wise, but I am quite coin poor right now, but I do have other talents that might make trips easier. And the
I
fireplace.
arch a single eyebrow at that.
Well, I without looking over my shoulder at the fireplace, the fire swells for a good 6 seconds, let's say, and then dies back down to normal.
Interesting. So Joe, do you have me
Croesus-
that name yet?
So yes, the person there are a couple, like I said. One of them is named Garrett Velrin,
All right.
and Garrett's husband Keegan is also competent in the guiding and the wilderness and the surviving and the guiding.
Okay. Well, when they say their guide in 10 towns, I will just casually say, Garrett and Keegan will get you killed. And then go back to talking to Dalen about whatever Dalen wants to talk about.
Do you say it loud enough to be heard?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no point in not saying it loud enough to be heard.
So they kind of look over like, who is this asshole ear hustling on our conversation? And then almost kind of like a light bulb going off, the Goliath looks at you and goes, "Oh yeah? Well, I don't how would you know?" And then the halfling kind of says, "No, I've known Garrett for years, and he's knowledgeable, he's safe. I mean, he may not be perfect, but I can't think of a time when he's gotten anyone killed. Who are you?"
I'm a guy that wouldn't get you killed.
I nod. Like from personal experience.
I will look at them with wide eyes and go, I am in fact here alive due to his talents.
And they kind of
There's a subtle heroes theme playing in the background just to underscore.
right.
Dun, da, 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 da.
Croesus, did you see the little one riding the owl bear thing?
Croesus just turns and gives a big smile and says, "It's a fun party trick, isn't it?"
It made me laugh. I have not seen that before. Hey, did you go talk to the dwarves?
I talked to a dwarf.
Oh, I meant those ones over there by the fire.
No, I have not talked to them, but I did find us a worthy quest and a job.
Oh,
Yes, we and with that he kind of tries to get the attention of go back to my character name list of Broad Yaga, and he says, "Yes, but we must travel to another town. We must travel to Targos, and we are going to investigate some murders." And when he says murders, he just kind of like smiles really big, and his eyes kind of get big, and like he's like, "Aren't you excited? We're going to investigate some murders."
Broad, I'm Broad. Holy shit. Croesus,
Yes, Brown.
a job?
Oh yes, it is a
What's
job, and it pays.
What's it pay?
We will get, and he kind of thinks to himself and kind of strokes his chin as he tries to do math in his head.
It's like stroking his chin like this.
He decides, because he really actually wants Brad Yaga's help on this one instead of just sort of casually wants it. He decides to be honest about it. and he says, "The job pays 100 gold for the party that completes the task."
Is that a lot?
Croesus.
100 gold pieces in standard Luskin can buy you a house.
Croesus.
Oh, that sounds like a lot. Nice.
Yes,
Croesus.
Rod.
Lovely stuff.
What about a house? And
Did
you
you
see
get-
Sandalphon wake up. Are we buying a
Croesus.
house?
Yes,
Did
Rod.
you get half up front?
And he just kind of like looks to himself and
Rod sighs deeply. Croesus, how many times have I told you you always get half up front?
You see that look on his face? I bet he didn't.
I'm sorry. Are we getting half of a house up front? What's happening here?
So
Ah.
I'm
Ooh,
sorry.
I think I
know the-
understand.
Money thing aside, did you say murders?
Murder most foul.
That's what I
The
heard
music
him say.
starts sounding like something's gonna happen music.
Oh no, something's gonna happen, music.
Yeah.
That means something's gonna happen.
And then you can see Tax with her notebook out and go,
I mean, I have a whole soundboard of music that's supposed to be playing right now. So, you know.
So Croesus turns to Dalen and he just kind of like says, I mean, technically, yes, murders, but you know, if you're visiting the 10 towns, then don't worry about it. Enjoy your stay.
Dalen,
Yes,
when
my
I
friend.
guided you here, you paid me half up front, right?
Oh yes, of course. That is you instructed me that was standard operating procedure.
Tax, when I guided you here, you paid half up front, did you not?
yes, sir. And I promised you the other half when we get here and the promise of more, which I think we can further discuss now because I would really, really like you to continue to guide me and I need to go many places.
Well, as long as you have coin, I have guidance. Do you see, Croesus?
Bless you.
Half up front. It's what we do.
Or I will say, Croesus, some other item of value, and I pat the satchel at my side.
What,
I will
Sorry.
say that some
What's in
people
the
are known to
satchel,
play for
Dalen?
tips.
Say that again.
Croesus just gets up from the
Some
table and
people-
starts walking away.
Some people are known to play for tips. All right.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is this
Process-
murdering houses or are we getting half a house up front?
I'm not sure, but I look back over at the table of adventurers and I'm like, hey, tip the bard.
Croesus, where are you going?
They kind of
Croesus just gets up and walks
they
and
kind of look
hears
at each
Bellatrix, but
other.
he kind of ignores it.
And the Goliath kind of, you could tell he's thinking about pushing his chair back, right? And the tiefling lays her hand on his chest. He's kind of like, he goes, "You're Broad Yaga, aren't you?"
That I am.
So,
Rook.
right, Broody Yaga. So, well, if you think Garrett would get us killed, then who says you would be that much better? And for that matter, would you even know where to look?
It's your job to know where to look. My job is to keep you alive while you do it. And I have references sitting around me as we speak.
Yeah, okay. Be that as it may, Garrett knows where to look for Oya Minotaur.
Oh yeah, Minotaur. Oh yeah.
Oya Mina Oyaminartok. Oya Minartork.
Sounds
Minartork.
good. All one word.
All one word. Varuk.
Thank you, sir.
Varuk. Make an inside check or intelligence check or some kind of thing to have your brain tickled.
Chris, while Lisa is no longer showing the map, you are free to share your audio and soundscape away.
Joe, you mean?
Do what?
Joe, why do I keep doing that? What is
Do
wrong
what now?
with me?
It's
You
the
were-
DM feature.
It's a DM feature.
Yes, while that Lisa is no longer sharing her screen, you can soundscape away. Joe, you can share your computer audio again.
I am sharing the audio. Oh
Ah,
no,
cool.
no, I'm not. I'm like,
No.
"Oh, but I am sharing the audio. I swear. Well, it
All right,
says now.
Kermit.
Oh, but there we go. How about that?
There we go.
Their music.
Yes.
There is. It's lovely.
So I'm not close to whatever that conversation is. I got up and followed Croesus.
You were close enough. You were there when they said it the first time.
Who?
Relatax, where did you say you were in from?
My people are outside of Luskin.
Jesus, Baruch.
Okay. I traveled through there on the way here, up from Neverwinter.
Neverwinter, I hear there. We have some merchant deals there.
Oh yes, it is probably one of the largest trading ports north or in the area, except for Waterdeep.
Varuk, you actually pause when you hear that name and you kind of glance over and you begin to wonder exactly what a Goliath werebear legend would have to do with anything. I mean, it's amongst Goliath and giants and even amongst your parents. It's kind of the story of this wise Goliath werebear is it don't really know like you know kind of where it's supposed to be, where it would most likely be, and it's like to the northeast. But you are surprised to hear that name in civilization. It's not a name you would. It surprises you that they would say it.
So I get over to Croesus. Oh, Croesus. So you left. I was trying to talk to you.
Croesus just kind of looks up and says, "Oh, sorry, my friend. I was coming over here to accept the job and get our." And then he turns his gaze back to Helen,
So
and says, and finishes his sentence. "I've come to get our half up front." And he then continues speaking, and he pauses for a second and then continues speaking. He's like, "The group has agreed, but clearly a group such as this needs the half up front so we can afford to do the investigation of the murders."
as the longer your words go on, the higher her eyebrow gets. You're afraid it's going to actually be above her head. Like you can feel it going up. And she says, "Half up front." She kind of looks over and she goes, "You got that idea from Broad, didn't you? Make a persuasion check."
All right, come on, persuasion. Do your job.
Help him out, Varuk.
I mean, you cannot expect someone with Broad's reputation to work for free.
Robert, are you a French pirate?
Yeah, she kind of
Yes.
Figuring it out.
and
Yeah.
you can
Ellie,
but
check
you
out the
can
Roll20 chat.
you are keenly aware that the level of audacity that you are demonstrating right here is just it. She's so surprised by it. She's kind of like, you know, and she starts counting.
I am fairly charming.
She goes, I see 8 people, including you. And she kind of looks up at Baruch. And you up there. I'll give you 5 gold each. And the rest you'll get when you bring me his head.
I lean over to Croesus. Is that a lot?
As Miranda would say, love.
Croesus just, turns and smiles and says, "It's enough."
Oh, good. Okay, I like this plan.
Croesus, reading the room, just bows his head and smiles and just
She drums her fingers on the tabletop. It's kind of just, I can't believe I'm doing this. And so she reaches down at her belt, pulls out her coin purse, and slowly and meticulously counts out 40 gold. 1, 2, 3.
Croesus just like
4.
leans back and just like
Dot, dot,
5.
dot.
patient.
End.
So she finishes counting it like she makes an absolute show of, and with each intoning of the number, her disdain is plainly evident. And when she finishes, she kind of looks up at you. She glances over at Bradyaga. She looks back over to you, kind of looks up at Varuk, and she says, I'm only doing this out of civic good in the first place. I should have known better than to get involved.
One of the best kinds of good.
She goes, well,
Kind and generous souls are rewarded.
so she goes, all right, just look, you've got some time. Just track down Torgs and find out. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but maybe I'm wrong. But if I'm not, do what needs to be done. And she looks at you, and you can tell she's done. She's done with the conversation. And she walks over to the bar. She orders something. She downs it like in just one, slams the mug back on the thing, tosses a couple of coins to the barkeep, and out she goes.
So
Joe?
I look as she stands up. I look nervously at Croesus and look at the money, and I grab the 5 coins that she set in front of me, and I walk back over the table. I go, guys, look, I got money and I didn't have to do anything.
That, my friend, is half up front.
That's great. Can we do this more?
Yes, we can.
Bradyaga, my friend, I have a question for you.
Yes.
And I point over to the 3, the tiefling, the halfling, and the Goliathling, and I say, they have a map of the area kind of north and east, it looks like. I know you noticed it as well. I know you got us here. How familiar are you with the area around? Would it behoove us to maybe take a longer look at that map?
Joe, how familiar am I with the rest of the area?
You have literally lived here your entire life.
Right.
You make your living guiding people in and out. I'll let you
Right.
draw your own conclusions.
Okay.
I'll say that's a solid yes on the areas above the spine of the world.
Yeah, I know it pretty
Like
well.
as far as this area, I mean, there are some places you haven't been. There are some places where you're not like 100% on. But in terms of general areas, general like land
Things with roads,
like that,
yeah, things with roads
yeah,
kind of thing.
yeah,
Right.
you know where you're going.
Yeah.
You also get the feeling that there's a lizard man somewhere screaming, "Me too, me too!" but it just doesn't happen. You also get the feeling that there's another lizard man who's not white but red, who's bamping the other one on, bamping the white one on the head and saying, "Shut up and eat."
Actually, you think he's a lizard man, but you blink and he's a blue Triton man.
Yeah, that's right. He's not a lizard man anymore.
Lisa.
Oh,
He'll always be a lizard man in my heart.
thank you. Yeah, Dalen, I know the place. It's fine.
Excellent. While we had the opportunity, but thank you.
And then I will switch to speaking in giant because I know Goliath speak it, even if Dalen doesn't. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. And I will say loudly enough to be overheard, I know the region well enough, and they're gonna die if they
My
go
head
with
snaps
Garrett.
to you when you start speaking giant. Like, how do you know to speak that?
I am an educated man, as I see you are, Varuk. I'm still in giant, by the way.
I don't know. I mean, my parents taught me, I guess. Do all educated men know giant?
Yes, all educated men know giant. If someone doesn't
I
know
am-
giant, they are a fool
Oh,
and should be dismissed out of hand.
I agree.
Exactly.
The Goliath kind of shares a quick look with the tiefling and the halfling, and the halfling just kind of shrugs like, "I don't know, maybe." Right, but we got hands up. Anyway, they kind of have a quick little huddle, and the Goliath looks at you and it says, in giant, "Okay, Brad Yaga, give us a few days. Meet us outside of Torgus, and we'll see just how good these skills of yours are." And he
I'm
kind of
gonna need half up front.
looks at you and he laughs and he goes, "That just not for locals, man. You really need to work on that. And we haven't officially hired you yet, so you'll get your half when you show up to take us where we want to go. We'll talk about it then."
Then I won't guarantee I'll be there. Good
And
luck
he-
to you.
And he looks very self-satisfied, like he just got the last word in. He's like, "Oh yeah, I am Buster Badass." And he looks back over this whole conversation being in giant. The tiefling and the halfling are kind of looking at him like, "What the fuck did he just say?" Like they're just like, "Oh no," because obviously the tiefling and the halfling are, well, their intelligence stat is in the double digits, and so they are quite certain that something dumb just happened. But the Goliath looks, he is very pleased with himself. He thinks he's gotten the last word. And he goes, fine, we go. We'll meet you in 5 or 6 days. And
I
goes-
just look at the halfling and say in common, your friend doesn't think you can afford me.
the halfling looks at you in common and says, you realize he's not the brains of this group, right?
I should hope not.
And the tiefling, and when she goes to stand up, she's stereotypical spellcaster, right? Like no armor. And if you had to guess, you would say the halfling was maybe a cleric or a druid. And so they kind of like, they all look, kind of share a quick look, and the tiefling goes, okay, well, if you boys are done with your little measuring contest, I'm going to bed. And so the tiefling and the halfling look at each other. They push their chairs. The halfling pushes her chair back. Bounces onto the ground, and they walk out. And the Goliath kind of like has a befuddled moment, like, "Whoa, why's everybody leaving? What's happening?" And he looks at you, gives you a good little, yeah, like still feeling very self-satisfied, and they wander out the door. It's getting late. The sun.
I think our last quest giver is still here. We should go talk to them.
Lisa, you've had your hand raised for a while.
Yes, Lisa. Bell attacks.
2 things. One, might I give an investigation check, because though Bellatrax has been doing other things, her mind is always going and always absorbing. So I am wondering how much of every conversation and how much of everything that has gone around her she has absorbed.
That's a good question.
Might I give you an investigation check?
Give me an investigation and a perception.
Okay. Investigation and perception.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
At first roll,
If you perceived it, you are very much aware of it.
Yeah.
If you perceived it.
Do you speak giant?
I do not.
You
By all of this, I mean with Dalen and the wizard, with Cronus and the dwarf, with Brodyaga,
Yeah.
like
you were very aware of you wandered close enough, doing the owlbear rodeo.
Mhm.
You didn't catch all of it. You kind of caught the gist of it, that she's a spellcaster, Arcane Brotherhood, Luskin. Looks like maybe she made some kind of deal. You know that Brodyaga and Varuk and the Goliath at the table just to the north of you had some conversation in a language you don't understand. Brodyaga looks very smug. The Goliath looks very pleased with himself, and the tiefling and the halfling want them to put it back in the pants and stop it. And so they have all they've all reached maybe not a consensus, but they all decided it was time to go.
We've reached a détente.
Yes, and you know the dwarf that Croesus went to speak to. They had a conversation. He wandered back over there. They had a conversation. You noticed her counting gold pieces one by one, very deliberate, counting the gold pieces out. And then when she got done, she walked to the bar. She got a mug of something. She shotgunned it and she bounced. So literally the only people left in the bar are a few locals, the 3 dwarves, and the waitstaff and the
Okay.
barkeep.
So, question up with that. I have went to the bar. I have asked if they have coffee with hot chocolate in it. Or technically, I said coffee, scalding hot bean water with chocolate. This would be distilled from, and I went into the full description of the cacao distilling process.
You can see the barkeep's eyes glaze over, and he goes, "You want hot leaf water or not?"
Not hot leaf water, hot bean water. Coffee? Do you not have coffee?
Coffee. Okay, coffee, yes. Chocolate, I don't know that you would want to put this chocolate in coffee. But
I will take the coffee, sir. And if you could put the chocolate on the side, I will let my friend, she is my friend, I've made a friend, decide on how she uses it. They use it. I apologize.
And he kind of it's your funeral. And he goes off into the back. Approximately 5 to 6 minutes later, because that's how long coffee takes in a French press. He comes back out, and you are presented with 2 mugs of steaming hot brown bean water with 2 little
rat droppings of chocolate.
Yeah, it's like you've seen chocolate. You know what chocolate is. You're pretty sure this isn't chocolate. It's chocolate adjacent. It's Icewind Dale in the land of eternal winter chocolate adjacent. It is not, however, a Dove's candy.
Okay.
And he looks at you and he goes, "That'll be a silver for all of this. That chocolate isn't cheap."
Yes, not a problem, sir. And I will be like, I gave you my promissory note upon getting here. It is good. Would you please add it to the tab for which you will charge my father, and the money will come post haste.
What?
He kind of looks up for his. Hold on. Can you whisper a roll to yourself?
Background was an option.
Right.
You can whisper a roll to yourself.
Is it W? Yep, GM.
I think it's
Yeah,
/GM roll.
Yeah, just do /GM roll. You could also do /W space and then type your name. But since you're the GM, you can do a GM roll to yourself.
Woohoo.
All right, while y'all doing that, I'm checking Miranda.
All right. He kind of looks down at you and he goes, I just work in the bar, and the tavern part here, the inn part, that's the owner. Do you have an arrangement with them? I don't know what a promissory note is.
I do indeed have a deal with the innkeeper if you would like to. I mean, and I just give you one. I was like, however, in the future, it will be much more beneficiary to myself if you could add this to the tab, to the promissory note, because I'm a very small person and money, it's heavy. And so I instead carry the promissory note from my father, who will pay, because he is a very handsomely wealthy man. And you know what? It's easier for him to send it here than it is for me to carry it. Do you see how small I am?
And who is your father?
My father?
Yes. Who's your daddy?
Whoa.
Croesus turns to Broad and says, I see why you took this job. The potential for money larger than your charge.
Someone has forgotten her father's name. Pack Pick. My father is Pack Pick Ox.
Senor Money
Rated
Bag?
mentor.
And
And
he
he sells
arches
many
one
things.
eyebrow and he goes, never heard of it.
Well, of course you wouldn't, not here in the 10 towns, but if you were anywhere like where the ice wasn't always, this is why I'm here. I am here to expand our business and to perhaps do other things.
Little
Okay,
lady.
I can't imagine that tax is at all quiet, so I'm assuming I've heard all of this.
Oh, you've heard it. And the barkeep looks at it and he goes, look, little lady, here in Bryn Shander, we have a saying. In Arl we trust, all others pay cash. So your whatever deal you have for lodging.
I'll pay for it.
I'll
No,
No,
walk
I
over.
already paid for it.
Okay.
I've paid for it.
Right. So whatever deal you've had for that, that's fine. But we work on tips. There's no minimum wage here. It's it is not a worker's paradise, is what I'm trying to say. So unfortunately,
Oh yes, I understand. See, we have a
unfortunately,
commune.
promissory notes don't feed my wife and kids.
I
Yes.
walk over, I slam a gold piece down in front of him and say, you will give this lady no more guff. Ever.
Make
Is
an
that
intimidation
understood?
check. Intimidation
Oh.
check.
I am not good at those. At all.
A gold piece might carry some weight.
Yeah. 11.
Radyaga, I've seen you a lot. You need to calm down. This is between me and her. It's not a lot of money. Take your money, take your gold piece, put it up, and understand that I believe we've reached an arrangement that's suitable and satisfactory.
If you're
Are-
so concerned about feeding your wife and family, you might want to take that gold piece.
It is highly illogical for you not to take his money.
I walk over to the bar as well and say, and I've been staying with these guys, these people for a while. I've been doing Clark type stuff. So when I look at the note, I might be able to attest to its veracity.
He kind of looks at you both, looks at the gold piece, kind of sitting on it. He goes, fine. He swipes it off the bar and then turns around and walks inside and says, Elda, you can deal with these people. And so he
I will look out around very confused, grab the coffee and say, thank you. The customs around here are very strange. And then I walk over to Dolph and hand them the coffee and be like, here you go. I do not trust this chocolate, but he said that the coffee is good. And it did take the appropriate brewing time for a good coffee.
I'm sorry you had an issue with that, but thank you very, very much. How much do I owe you for the this?
I don't understand the customs here. I would imagine it would be half, but I don't know if that's half to me and half to him, or if it's just the one. I'm not quite sure, but I have a plan. And then I will like slowly back up so I can see everybody because I'm short and I can't do it from up close. So I have to back up to see everyone. And then I essentially recite everything that's happened. And I show them a chart of how all of our routes overlap and we're all going to Targos. And I was like, so with this information, the best course of action is for us to travel together with his fire, with your this is the best action. Further, I think that you should take Dolph because she is very knowledgeable. And I don't want her around that wizard. They said the arcane thing. And no, I trust their money. I don't trust them. And I don't want her around around them. I don't want Dolph.
All pronouns are good, sweetheart. All pronouns are good for me. You can use any of them.
I look at the group. Look
No, wait,
at,
wait. Hold on. I have
okay.
one question. Do either of you drink the coffee?
I do. I was drinking it while she was talking.
Belatax?
Not yet. I am still on my lovely logistics plan strategy rant.
Feldelfon, make a constitution save.
Oh, puss bucket. Okay,
That's my girl.
Quite literally, that's about what you're about to do.
This is really good coffee. It's tasty. And you don't know if it's the weather or the climate or how long it's been sitting or
that I'm probably working off exhaustion since I've been
Right.
here.
but you are wired for sound. You can hear colors,
Color.
right? Your heart rate's going. You're like, oh yeah, that's some fucking great coffee. I like this. This is pretty good.
Pure caffeine.
Yeah, this is great. This is good
So
coffee.
I amend the thing I said earlier where I said all pronouns are good. Instead I go, all pronouns are good, sweetheart. You don't have to worry about that. All pronouns are good.
Listening to the tirade, if you would want to call it that, I look down at Bella and the group and go, based on all information presently available, her assessment is correct.
So,
This is
Bella,
gross
are you
coffee.
going to
guys
drink
should
the
try
coffee?
And if other people, and then at the end I will say, however, Varuk, this is Varuk. He was very amused by me on the Albert. He would really like to go talk to them, but I feel from the information I have received that he does not like to go to talk in person. And though Cronus talked to the last person, I would suggest that Brodyaga does it because he seems to have a better business acumen.
You guys hear words coming out of her mouth, right?
I look at Varuk and in Giant say, none of these are as educated as you and I.
No, clearly not.
And as while all of this is going on, and
No, the little one abuses me.
right, and the tavern is almost emptied out, the one dwarf in the middle of the three, the one with the exclamation point over his head, right? He stands up and he goes, enough! I'll go talk to him. And he wanders over towards you. And it's kind of he waits for the torrent of words to slow down. And as soon as he detects like half a second of a pause, like maybe you're finished, he's being polite. He's not going to like interrupt you or talk over you, but he goes, hey, we've been watching you all night, and I realize it's kind of passive aggressive that we didn't, do this before. We tried looking plaintive. We made puppy dog eyes. I think Corix over there was writing a love note. I don't know, but well, the long and the short of it is, we kind of fucked up, and like it's going to be really bad, for us and for our business. If we need your help. I need Croesus and Brodyaga to make perception or investigation. Like, I don't know what stat you're supposed to check to see if you recognize someone.
I don't recognize this motherfucker.
No, you do not. I don't see Croesus. I don't see Rosas, give me a check. And Dalen, you as well. Am I muted?
Oh,
You are not
nice,
muted.
Croesus.
Okay.
What do I need to roll?
A perception.
Okay.
What I said.
Rosas-
Perception or investigation?
Oh, look at there.
Perception was good.
Very good. Rajaga,
You get 21.
you're kind of like, you feel like you should know who these guys are. Croesus and Dalen, you've been in town enough to kind of put two and two together. Croesus, you absolutely know that these dwarves work for a local blacksmith, armorer, and weapons maker. And you get the feeling that if you do them a favor, it would probably be financially beneficial for you to, like maybe you could get some bargains on some deals at the blacksmith shop, or, you recognize, you don't necessarily recognize them like by name, but you recognize what organization they're from.
Copy that.
So he goes,
Robert, you're muted.
I see
hold
that.
on.
I am muted. Whoops.
Right.
So just to make sure I understand, I know that the group that they represent / the workshop, the blacksmith that they work at, having them, being nice to me is definitely advantageous. Right?
So more specifically,
Yep.
that these three in particular are miners. And,
Mm.
now that you notice they have like picks and, they've been kind of wandering around. They've kind of worse for wear, right? Like they've obviously been out in the elements a little bit. That they're miners. You recognize them being from Clan Battlehammer, because it has to be on the nose like that. And they provide most of the iron for all of the smithies in the 10 towns.
Cool. Yes. Having them being in my good graces would be wonderful, or being in their good graces would be great. All right. Cool.
So
So I lean forward. How exactly did you mess up?
well, I was gonna be Scottish, but nope. My dwarves are not Scottish. They're all well spoken. They have no accent. They're just tired.
I feel like if you say that that dwarves are well spoken and not Scottish, you might get punched in Scotland.
You do realize that Shanna is of Scottish descent, right? And I'm Irish.
Hootman.
So yeah. So anyway, the dwarves kind of look at each other, and now that you see them up close, you realize that like they like the one that's talking to you probably identifies as female, not a beard. The other two have beards. The one that's talking to you is missing like an ear and like a couple of fingers, maybe frostbite. Can't tell. The other two don't look any better. They've like the everlasting rhyme has kicked their asses, is what I'm trying to say. And one of them just kind of shuffles and doesn't really say anything, and the other one kind of keeps glancing around nervously. And the dwarf looks at you and goes, well, now that I finally have your attention, she looks pointedly at Varuk. Pointedly. And then, not very long, just keeps going. And she goes, so, all right. We work for the clan, and we're miners. We mine iron. It's near Kelvin's cairn, you know, and we had a sled. We have a sled loaded down with iron ingots, and you know we were bringing it to Bryn Shander, trying to take it to the smith. You know, this is what we do. But well, she kind of looks around at the other two. She goes, a Yeti surprised us and killed Obak. And well, the rest of us fled, and that Yeti, he tore Utak limb from limb, and just I don't think we're up for it, but we really need somebody to go and get the sled back. And she kind of looks
Ride the
around at all. Get the sled with the iron. The sled's less important than the iron, but without the iron, the smith can't make the stuff. And without the stuff, nobody gets paid. Civilization grinds to a halt, and we all die. You know, because to a dwarf, iron mind is the only thing of any importance, right? And she looks around at all of you, and she goes, "There's a whole bunch of you, but look, we'll give." And she kind of steps back. 8. And she kind of looks at the other two and she goes, "When did there get 8?" And the other one said, "Yeah, there should have been 9." And she goes, "Oh, right." And then they go, "Okay. If you bring the iron ingots back to Bryn Shander, we'll give each one of you a gemstone worth 50 gold pieces. Plus, you know, the friendship of the dwarves in Icewind Dale can be a pretty good boon. You know, you'll need snowshoes. I think you all have snowshoes." And then she looks pointedly directly at you, Brood Yaga, and she says, "We're not paying you in advance, buddy. You can go and you can bring it back and you'll get the money then. But you know, frankly, we don't have it to give it to you right now. We still have to go talk to," and she like trails off. And
Excuse
the
me.
one that
Excuse me. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Couple questions. I want to make sure that I'm tracking this correctly. Our party, as you probably heard, is on the way to Targos, which is here, right here. But you said that these iron agates are on the way to Keld's Cairn over here. Were you in there? Have you left there? About how far from it was the sled left? And further, is your blacksmith here a dwarf?
and she kind of looks at you and she says, "It's that way." And she points to the northwest. It's not that far from town. It's in the woods. If you go straight toward Kelvin's Cairn, you'll get to it within an hour at the most.
You obviously know me by reputation. What in my reputation has led you to believe I would ever work without advance payment?
And she kind of looks at you and she says, "Well, mainly because we control all the iron that makes every bit of metal you're wearing right now. Make an intimidation check or persuasion, your choice."
It doesn't matter. They're both shit.
Can I help him? Can I just kind of
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it
Alright,
doesn't
never
matter. Your choices are a 1
Or a 2.
Oh.
yeah. So she's uh
I lean
she's-
forward. I lean forward and tap Broadyaga and say, maybe if we're in the area, we take a look around, but it won't be our. We won't head out there expressly for this. Maybe it'll be on the loop.
No, I'll tell you what. They do control all the iron here. So in addition to what you have already offered, I get arrowheads for free for life.
she looks at you. Fine,
I
but you
start
don't get the. She goes, fine, but you don't get the gemstone.
The rest of the party gets the gemstones though. Correct?
Yes, yes. Let's just say you're getting your payment in arrowheads.
I lean back in my chair, cross my arms, go, well, it's up to them then. I'm in.
Again, I ask, is the blacksmith in this town a dwarf?
Yes,
And if I were to become friends with him, would I be able to use his shop freely?
they just kind of look at you blankly for a second. They're like,
Yeah, I sit back and drink.
"Yeah, we
and
can put in a good word for you. We don't own the blacksmith. We don't own the smithy, but
But I would be friends with dwarfs, and I speak dwarf, and I have been known to be a good negotiator at times."
yeah, but what dialect of dwarf do you speak?
And then I just start throwing out the dwarf as the dwarfish that I know, with heart, like really over enunciating, like Peggy Hill Spanish.
I also understand. I also understand some dwarf. So let's see how this goes.
I start singing a well-known heroic song of the dwarves of Cask Kildane and how they found their fortune, and their names are written in the lore, and it's in dwarven, and just very low
Background music.
background music.
Well, since I speak Dwarven and am from the area, so probably speak exactly the right dialect, I will just look at them and say, they're trying in Dwarvish.
And she looks at you in Dwarvish and says, she sounds like a tourist.
She is.
And we don't
And then
get
if I
tourists
can
from here.
understand it, I can't speak
Yeah,
it. I
but-
can
but-
understand
but
it, and I
what-
would say, I am a tourist.
But what you hear is what you think you understand is she not from around here.
I was like, that is an accurate assessment.
It's not impolite. It's just kind of a statement of fact. Your Dwarvish is passable. I don't know if you were doing that on purpose to make a point or not. It's beautiful either way. Okay. So Haruna, there's a lot of H's with an H followed by a consonant in these names. Haruna, the sad smithy dwarf, minor dwarf, minor dwarf.
Black like
Seven.
mine.
Looks around at you and she goes, could you at least look into it for us?
And you could Tax will like look at her thing, and like she like shows the small difference, and like she's doing calculations, and she's like, I do believe it's only half an hour out of our given path already. So if it is within a half-hour travel from here in this direction, I
Make
do
an intelligence save, Bellatax.
Intelligence check.
save or check.
Either one. Oh, there you go. A save
works.
is good. Right as you're launching into your presentation about the time, you actually hear the gears in your head. And you remember it's 27 days before someone else gets murdered. So an extra hour or two out of your way is it going to matter?
Yeah, so like I said, I was like, it is no more than 30 minutes. It's on this path. But if we travel for an hour, it would be here and 2 hours here. Thus, all of this is on the track because at some point I would have to get to the river. That is part of my things. I talked about it with Brojaga. He's a very, very good guy. And I suggest in the future that you hire him and you do pay half up front. And then, and I like go on this entire rant. And I go, so my answer, if it is okay with the party, for I feel as if we are joining forces, would be yes.
The one that's been quiet the whole time begins to weep silently. Just openly weeping, just like. And the other
Does
one
it
kind
seem like a relieved weeping or a these are the guys that we have to help us weep?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I will also say after the whole big rant and everything, I would be like, also, I do believe that you have enjoyed Siston's music and he has been moved to tears. So I do believe a tip is necessary.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Oh, I mean, okay, I'm not good at it, so we'll see.
It's not a. Yeah,
You not good at persuasion? No.
Yeah, they just kind of look at you and they're like, we made clear that we were attacked by Yetis and we're not, we're not bankrolling, we're not big balling here, right?
I do remember you saying that. I'm sorry. I was just speaking the truth about logistics upon tipping and proper customs. However, I do believe if she comes with us and you give her the $50 or the 50 gem worth 50 gold pieces, that will be a sufficient tip as well.
And I said, there's no need.
Haruna
Enjoy the music or not.
Right. Haruna looks at you and she goes, you do realize the problem is that here in Icewind Dale, the workers have no power. Right, we're disorganized. Truly, the bourgeois take advantage of us,
And you don't pay us up front. He's trying to start a union. You are betraying your own class, sir.
We don't have the money to pay him up front, so it doesn't matter. And we're not really entering into an employer-employee contract here. We're really just trying to, we just need some help getting our stuff back. We'll compensate you. I realize it's a little capitalist, but it's kind of where we're at.
I'm going to walk up over to the barkeep.
I have
go ahead, Jay.
accepted their terms. I have accepted their terms. It's fine.
I go up to the barkeep and say, because this is mid-afternoon, right?
It's getting close to evening now. It was.
All right, so we'll probably stay the night here and head out in the morning.
Yes.
Up to you.
I let them know
around in the dark.
I let them know that we're going to probably need some trail rations. If they want to bake a couple extra hard loaves, get some cheeses and sausages for tomorrow, and put down a couple coins to kind of secure that for tomorrow morning.
Right. Well, the normal barkeep has gone back into.
Oh yeah.
And you're stuck with Edna, who's pleasant enough, and she's
I like Edna better anyway.
Right. She's like, you're not gonna try and write a note for it, right?
No, I've got coin. I've got coin.
She goes, okay, that's fine. Are you you guys leaving in the morning? What time do you want breakfast?
We'll most likely have breakfast in the morning, and then just if we can get a couple of days for it, I go over look over the count for quite a few of us, and I look at the bigger ones. I'm like it's 8 of us, 10 if you count them twice.
And she kind of nods. She goes, yeah, you have some people you should count twice.
Yeah. So just so you're aware, I don't want to clean you out first thing in the morning. Just kind of be aware for whatever you do for prep overnight to get that ready.
Would you also like breakfast?
Say again?
Would you also like breakfast?
Yes. We're going to definitely want some kind of porridge or gruel, maybe some sausages, a few eggs, some butter, bacon, No.
Breakfast.
And she kind of looks at you,
Thank you.
wondering what's wrong with your voice.
Just
want a full
grits,
English.
thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Joe, I kind of, I don't remember if we had the conversation before, but basically I wait till this place shuts down and I go to sleep next to the fireplace and give them just, like half of a normal room's lodging, and then get up before anybody else could come in and put my stuff away, because that's basically what I can afford for right now. So,
Right.
But she knows me, and she knows that what coins I do have.
Croesus does turn to Broad, and he kind of just leans in and says, "It sounds like it's a very easy errand to go claim, retrieve the ore. I say we should just go run and do that in the morning. Easy peasy."
I agree. Did you get our half up front from that dwarven lady?
I flick you a 5 gold.
5 is not half of 100, Croesus.
5 is half distributed 8 ways.
That's 40, which again is not half of 100. So either there are 3 options I can see here. Option 1, you're shorting me, which I do not want to believe of you, Croesus. Option 2, you're bad at math. Option 3, she's bad at math. Which is it?
You gave me the same amount.
Croesus just says, "Well, clearly you can't expect the dwarf to be good at math."
I mean, that's racist.
Wow.
I look at Baruch. I look at Baruch, and in Giant, I say, "Dwarves are shit at math."
This is known.
They can't even keep track of ore.
All right. Well, I mean, 40 is close, but please, I reach up and pat your shoulder. Half up front, man. You gotta learn.
They did say Yetis. I've heard of Yetis. I want to fight a Yeti.
This is why I found this guy. He seems great.
I'm looking around and kind of still playing, and it's like, I appreciate being included, or at least not asked to leave yet. It does sound like quite fun, and I'm rather good at patching people up should the need arise. I definitely wanted to see more of the world, and this seems like a great story to write of.
Patching up is probably pretty good idea. Yetis are probably going to scar me up pretty good. So
Well, let's see what I can do.
You can see like Bellatrax hasn't even thought of you not being in her presence. She since you've been here, you've become a constant. So she's just like the thought of you not being has just crossed her mind.
And I said, Bellatrax, I would be with you wherever you were. You're a delight. I have stories to write of you, my friend.
Excellent. If you need to, you can stay in my rooms and you can come with me. I do enjoy your company very much. And you seem to understand the inside of people. Where I can measure a person, you seem to measure that psychology that I don't quite understand.
I will look at, hold on, system.
So-
And say in Dwarvish, because I believe I clocked her understanding Dwarvish. And I clocked Baruch not understanding Dwarvish.
nope.
I will say to system in Dwarvish, we're gonna need your patching up skills. Because Baruch can't fight a Yeti. Oh my God. Oh my
I
God.
look at
it'll
you and
be a
go,
slaughter.
"Amen." In Dwarvish.
And then you can tell
I mean-
that I've heard, and I'm just like, okay, because
And then I look at Baruch and saying giant. The Yetis will tremble at your presence, good sir.
That's right. They
So-
totally will. This is going to be awesome and worthy of song.
So you kind of you kind of look around and it's not exactly late. It's really time kind of is weird here, but probably don't want to be traveling after dark. So if you wish to make your arrangements as you are already kind of working on, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. We can do biological stuff, food stuff, and chitty chatty stuff. I will pause recording and we'll meet back here at 9:30.
Awesome.
And then I said, I think Joe's doing a great job.
I mean,
That's not what you said a minute ago.
Oh,
right?
So-
I mean, I appreciate it. I'm approaching this with just enthusiasm and hoping it all works out. So, sleeping arrangements. Who's going where? Who's doing what?
I mean, I assume I kind of have a semi-regular, like, oh, when Broad's in town, this is where he sleeps. And if that's outside in the stables with Hoot, that's fine with Broad.
It probably is because it's cheap.
Um,
Although the innkeeper wants all of it up front.
yeah. Once they're shutting down and have kind of cleaned the area, I grab my stuff from some closet behind the bar or whatnot, and throw my pallet down in front of the fire so it's nice and warm, and probably sit down and finish up any of the last bit of clerical stuff I need to get done, and set it with them to be able to hand off, because now that I'm leaving, I want to make sure I've closed out any open work and tell them that I'll be heading out in the morning.
so
Galen,
Joe,
can you just lie down in front of the fireplace like that?
I have an arrangement with the proprietors. I've paid for this spot after they close in the evening.
Oh, I just slept outside.
Well, I figure we're going to be doing that for a while, so I want to get one more night by. And he just looks lovingly at the fire and looks over at the windows and then back lovingly at the fire and sits down.
Baruch, you should come with me every night before bed. Hoot and I have a little hunting expedition.
Oh, yeah, it's nice and chilly outside. Let's go.
Yeah, so Varuk, Hoot, and I are going to go on a little hunting expedition before beddy time.
Let me ask a quick question, Lisa. Croesus, did you hand any of the other gold pieces out to anybody, or are you still holding all that you didn't hand to? Okay.
Nope. The only person I handed stuff to was Varuk, because he was there, and I told him I was hiring him specifically, and then to Broad because, well, we all know Broad wants his half up front,
That's right. All right.
and the rest is with me.
Okay. Who else?
Lisa.
Joe, this might be a little retcon, but in my backstory, I cut my tongue. Sorry, in my backstory, I did not cut my tongue.
You did not what?
In my backstory, I did mention the promissory note because though I am wealthy, and have gold, I wouldn't want to carry that much gold on this kind of venture. So I have a promissory note for essential ends, and I am sure my father sent ravens or something ahead of time.
You know I was just messing with you, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
but
Hey, do we get to pick if we're rich in our backstory, or did we have to roll to see if we're rich in our backstory? Because I would totally be rich in my backstory if it's just a choice.
It's a combination of backstory, background, and
All right.
we'll call it collaboration. Is that the right word?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I'm a noble or like a princess. So like, and I'm a princess of a merchant gnome community that sells magical items. So that's hence why I have that. So I would have a room, and I would probably have that room there, like even when I leave, like that room is just paid for until I head back to town. And by town, I mean south.
I'm in a room with her.
Proletariat, I believe we have identified the bourgeois.
And then if anyone, like I would say, like especially to Hoot and Bodyaga, I was just like, my room is small and Sisson is staying with me, but we do have room. And I do, we have not a fireplace, but one of those things that has the heat, you know, where they put the hot coals in it and it illuminates the heat. And Dolph can, I mean, if we can fit, you can stay. I am small.
You should
Alrighty.
sleep in the stables.
Who else? Who else?
Croesus has a room.
All right, Sambathon,
He's
system.
got a place he's been staying.
I'll be in the stables.
I'm rooming with Bellatrax.
Tax.
I know her really well.
Yeah, I was about to say you can't room with her if you don't even know her name.
Right? Not true.
Okay. Let's not
I am very
unpack
small.
that.
Before heading outside to the stables, I'll go to Croesus. So I know, so we're doing this iron thing tomorrow, right?
What did you say?
So we're doing this iron thing tomorrow, right?
Yes. It should be a quick errand to run, and then we can get, should end with some more loot, which is what it sounds like you want, and then we can move on.
Loot is good, but really, I want the challenge.
No, well, a Yeti
Fighting a
will
Yeti is great
give you
challenge.
a challenge.
One thing, so one of the other things we are going to do is, you said look for murderers. Is that
Yes,
right?
that is in a neighboring town.
That is, murdering somebody without fair fight is very Moog, and that does not sit well with me.
Precisely why we're going to go investigate them and find the culprit.
Okay, that's good. Somebody commits Moog and they have to be struck down.
We're going to get along very well.
Yes, okay. Me and Broad are gonna go hunt down a wolf or coyote. Do you want some?
I'm good here, thank you.
Okay. All right. I will see you in the morning. Good night.
Does Rhyme have a cost list for step, or is kind of like standard player's handbook good?
We'll go with standard player's handbook.
Okay.
I mean,
Broad,
as long as it's not ridiculous, like common things you can get.
No, rations. Like if I go to rations and it's 5 silver pieces for a day of rations, is that cool with you?
What's a ration?
It's a bag of food for the day.
A ration.
Okay.
Ration.
I know, I was being persnickety.
Is it a radiator or a radiator?
It's a radiator and a ration.
Do you eat bagels, Don?
I do eat bagels.
So what's the root word for ration?
It's ration.
Yeah, well, it's ration, but he's saying it radiates heat. So what's the root word that you get the radiation from, the A sound from?
For me?
Yeah, because it's rational
I just have always
numbers.
pronounced it ration, whether it's pronounced only one way or not. I don't know.
To you, your thing
Really?
is it radiate heat or radiate heat? It's a
So I'd like,
rational number.
hang on.
Okay,
Rod, when you head out, I go, how many days? I'm going to secure some food for the next couple of days. What do you recommend? 1 or 2 per person.
I recommend you let me kill something and then you can eat it.
Okay.
Varuk will kill something too.
Sleeping arrangements. Sandalthon. All right, let's go around. I'm gonna go around the top. I'm gonna call your name out. You tell me where you're sleeping, what you're doing. Rojaga. Is it Brood Yaga or Broad Yaga?
Broad,
Broad Yaga?
broad yaga, or just broad is fine.
Uh-huh.
I am going out hunting with Varuk,
Mm-hmm.
and then I am sleeping in the stable, nestled up to my warmy hoot.
Awesome. Varuk.
Yep. Basically what he just said.
Okay.
Hunting and then using my
Hunting and
giant,
sleeping.
using my giant wolf pelt to cover myself in the stables.
Alrighty. Bell attacks in your room.
Yes, but I do have stuff to do, but sleeping arrangements, I will be in my room. Before Broad and Hoot leave, I need to do some stuff with and to them.
Beautiful. Sandalthon, you're in the stable. It's gonna be more, but stables aren't that big, y'all. Stables? You're muted,
Does-
Allie.
Yes, stables. Sorry.
And I will do something to Allie as well. To Dolph as well. If they will allow it.
What are you doing? You cut out for a second.
We're gonna go around with sleeping things, and then I'm gonna do all my little artificer. I'm about to have a long rest stuff.
Got it.
Okay. Sandalthon.
Yes, I'm in the stables.
It's gonna be like 4 of y'all in one stall. Stables aren't that big, but that's fine.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, no, it's fine. I'm just saying if you want like privacy, it's probably not to be had in the stable.
Go sleep
Yeah,
up in
she
the
grew up
hayloft.
in. She grew up in the hayloft, just begin in the hayloft. Anyway, she grew up in cages. She doesn't care. They don't care about privacy. They're like, what is that?
Fair enough. Croesus.
Croesus is staying in the comfortable inn as he can pay for it, and that's what he's going to do. I mean, I'm assuming like he has a standing like something,
Sure.
so he just continues to pay that tap and stay here. It is warm and comfortable and
Seems legit.
not smelling of stably.
Uh-huh. Sistine Song Sayer.
Kristen is going to take tax up on her offer and be able to stay in her room.
All righty. And Dalen.
I'm once I'm done writing up stuff, I curl up next to the fireplace over here in the corner,
Mhm.
bundle up, and we'll be up before the sun would normally come up and get
Okay.
my stuff out of the way.
Fair enough. All righty. So perform your pre-bed things and then let me know when everyone goes to sleep.
This might be between Joe, DM, and Chris, who's played this an artificer before. So I have this spell called Sanctuary, and it lasts for 1 minute. But if I understand my magic correctly, is that I imbue an object with the spell, right?
No, you have imbues, which are going to be entirely different than your spell list.
Okay. Cool.
You'll have, if you look up the artificer rules, you'll have a set of imbues that you get to choose.
Okay.
And they'll do very, very, very specific things. Like there's one that makes somebody's boots, teleport back.
Oh no, yeah, those I get at the same. So I've done those, but no, this is just because I also have magical tinkering, so which is slightly different. So I'm going to give Brodiaga, Dolph, and well, actually, I'll give Brodiaga 2 just in case Hoot needs one. Each of you are gonna get a tiny rock for which I have picked up, and it's light. And I was just like, you can put these in your pocket, but if it gets dark or if you need it, here you go.
I would like to point out it's almost always dark. That's a good thing. I would say
Lisa,
Getting
can
to
you,
just like
the land
rock,
of the blind,
that-
the
that
one-eyed
would be
man is
great.
king.
so what did you give it me? Sorry, the Wi-Fi is having an issue tonight. I cut out for a second.
You get a small rock that has a 5-foot radius of light.
And additional dim light for 5 feet. So a total
Yep.
of 10 feet of light. Bright 5 feet, dim 10.
She's gonna hand it back to you and says, "Watch this," and she picks up a random thing and casts light on it.
Rude.
That is amazing. How did you do that? Because on this end, like she will go into exactly how she does this, like the stuff, how like the scientific background of the spell. And she's like, so how do you do?
I was born with it.
When you say
Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
so, you can see how Tax with you saying that, like her head is just filling with questions, and like she's like, if she asks one, she's going to ask 30. Like it's just her Rolodex is filling up with follow-up questions.
Julio, so you can give that to. I appreciate the gift, but I want to make sure it can go to someone who can really use it.
And then so I go up to Varuk and I say, "You're outside," and just hand it to him. And until I get higher, when I get higher, things are going to get much cooler, guys.
I'm excited for the artificer in the party.
I want to go higher.
Cool.
Higher, baby. Don't ever come down. Free base.
You feel vindicated by Google pronunciation now?
And Merriam-Webster.
Was I
What?
right on both of them?
I'm sorry, it's not ration, and it's
I-
never been ration.
I
I've never heard it as ration.
I should
Okay.
really take J Lottig over Merriam-Webster.
You
on the
should.
pronunciation of a
Okay.
word.
Okay.
You should absolutely. I'll
So
I'll
which
even
one
tell
does
you-
Merriam-Webster say?
Both.
Okay, got it.
Okay. So,
But which one does it? Hold on, Joe.
okay.
Sorry.
No.
Which one does
Here
it
is.
list
Don's
first?
mispronunciations of words don't matter.
Which one does it list first, Don?
Ration.
There
Thank
we
you.
go. That's the preferred
What does that
usage.
mean?
You say
What does that
crick or
mean?
creek?
It's
Are you a carpetbagger?
they
Yes.
they always list the preferred pronunciation first.
Mm.
Everything after that is what weirdos say.
What do we call a hearsay?
I have always said ration, but I have no place to talk because of my dyslexia and the way I learned to read. I say everything phonetically. So sometimes I say Arkansas still, and sometimes I say Janier.
Thought it was 2 different states. I thought
Yeah.
Arkansas and Arkansas were 2 different states. Just to let you know. For a long time.
I mean, honestly, I cannot really judge here because I was in my 30s before I learned that the word vestige was not vestige, rhyming with prestige, and I still refuse to accept vestige.
I actually really like your pronunciation of it. It sounds fancy.
Right? It should be it should absolutely be vestige. Anyway,
Aluminium?
sorry,
Big
Joe.
digress.
Okay,
Sorry,
Big
Joe.
so have we completed our pre-sleep jibber jabber?
I believe
I
so.
was gonna
Did
do-
we, did Varuk and I bag an animal?
You absolutely did. It was a
All right.
small one, kind of like a fawn. Not really a fawn. It's a fawn, spots and all. It's just past spring. Congratulations, you murdered Bambi.
That's good.
That
All
was
right.
not murder, sir.
It's harvesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Killing
And
wildlife is not murder.
Technically, for my background, I can find food for myself and 5 other people every day, although I accept that the current conditions in Icewind Dale may affect that.
I mean, it might be snow burgers and water.
Well, right. But,
Right.
you know,
Right. All right. So
Snowbirds and water.
as you complete your evening rituals and activities and whatnot, you finally manage to crawl into whatever sleeping arrangements feel good for you or that you've made. And for most of you, sleep comes relatively easy. It is deep and dark and dreamless. For most of you, Seraphon, make a wisdom saving throw.
Whoa.
You drank the tea or the coffee.
Oh, I totally drank it too, by the way, Joe.
Oh,
-1.
I think that circles back around to like a 19.
Oh no. No, the worst roll we've ever seen.
That is that's bad,
I didn't even know that scale went negative.
right?
You owe the DM
So-
some wisdom now.
Hold on. Respect to Don. Let's pronounce it correctly. I didn't know that scale went negative.
No, it's negative.
Oh,
Sandalthon, you come to consciousness. The feeling of something pressing against your chest, right over your heart. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're referring
And
to.
your eyes open. And there's this long black talon, the tip of it pressing into your flesh, and you can feel it. You're pretty sure this is a dream, but the presence in the dream with you is very solid. And you kind of follow the talon up to the arm, and it's kind of dark, it's cold, and like the mist and fog are very, very cold. And this humanoid figure leaning over you with the head of an owl and bright yellow eyes looks at you almost lovingly, touching you with the talon. And you hear a voice very if despair and loneliness and cold made a sound, that's what this voice sounds like. And it just says, "Oh, look at you. You thought You have escaped me. No one that I have chosen escapes me. Perhaps I shall send Galuvican after you, or Vernus, or Robinson. Sleep tight, dearie. I'll find you soon. The form vanishes. And you stay conscious for quite some time. You realize it's a lucid dream. And you still get the benefits of a long rest, but it takes you a while to fall back to sleep. And the image, the words, and the voice are just burned into your memory. And if you need to reference them again, we can. Sister,
Yes. Can someone take notes of this?
I will. I'll give them to
Okay.
you. Okay. Sistin Song Sayer. Make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
Oh shit.
Joe, I'm going to text you something that I do. Just be prepared.
Okay.
Nailed it.
Does the exact opposite.
Pretty
Learn from
much.
Ali's mistake.
All right.
To be fair, wisdom is my.
It is
one of my
kind of your thing.
stats.
It is kind of your thing. So,
You have a plus
Sistin,
6.
you hear a voice that you're not certain, but in your mind, when you have imagined the voice of Shekinister, Shekinister. I mean, when you in your mind, when you've imagined what the voice of Shekinister sounds like, that's what this voice sounds like. And it speaks a word that you recognize and respond to. It is a private word. And this voice says this word 2 or 3 times until you fully become aware. And you see the visage of the seeker. And the seeker smiles at you and says, "So many faces. So many faces." And the hands part and you see familiar faces and personas kind of in a line. She says, "You have my blessing. You are seeking me as you seek yourself. Beware. There are forces here that will gladly destroy you. Choose your mask carefully, but know that I am just a prayer away." The scene fades. You actually feel pretty good about it. You go back to sleep. You feel comforted. You actually get inspiration for the day.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is Siston Roger Daltrey?
What?
Okay. No Who fans in the group. That's
I
great.
got it.
Don got it, but he's too far away, probably.
They called me the Seeker. I keep searching low and high.
Let's see here. What kills a ranger in one shot?
At first level, damn near everything.
Right. Right.
A Yeti.
Right. Rodrigo, you just dream of Yetis. One Yeti after the other one. In a
Wait, that's
long
my
line.
dream.
They all have giant clubs. They hit you over the head once and walk on. It's like bonk, walk, bonk, walk. It's just a bonk line.
The difference, Farouk, is that in your dream, you're beating the Yetis. In Broad's dream,
Yeah.
he's being eaten by the Yeti.
In Varuk's dream, there are a field of slain Yetis at his feet as he laughs. The rest of you sleep relatively normally. Your dreams between you and your subconscious. Morning comes, dark and early. The lack of a sunrise is somewhat disjarring to those of you who have not spent a long time in Icewind Dale. You make your way back inside or downstairs. Breakfast has been prepared for you, as are several days worth of rations. Edna meets you, Dalen, with a little, we'll call it a picnic basket.
Yeah.
And she kind of hands it to you, kind of winks and says, "This is just between us." And then she walks back inside.
Ah, so sweet. I go ahead and stack wood in the fire stuff and get the fires going for them. So it's, keep the warmth up through the night, but build it up for when people are going to start showing back up in gratitude. I also get the rest of my gear kind of from whatever closet it's hidden in back there and kind of start getting my stuff together for travel again and go back to our corner.
Right on. Idle 8, the day is yours.
Idle 8.
Choose what you wish to do.
Any chance we leveled overnight? We did make all
Nope.
those yesterday.
Not even.
If you don't ask, you don't get.
That's right. When you start taking the glowing exclamation points off people's heads, that's when
Yeah.
levels go up.
Okay.
So next day, yes, is that?
It is the next day.
All
As I
right.
said, it
Main-
is.
Main quest line quest log is full. Let's
Yeah,
not get
yeah.
sidetracked with side quests.
I am
Here's your
100%
frying
ready.
pan.
I will have a backpack that is almost as big as me. That's
Backpack wizard.
Backpack artificer.
here.
Backpack or wizard, which
And then I'm gonna, because I get to prepare my stuff. Give me 1 second. I might change up my spells, but I am good to go whenever we are ready to leave as a party.
Joe, can you?
Those of you with access to cantrips, we are using the Tasha's book of, or Tasha's Cauldron of Everything rules, or you can swap out your cantrips in the morning if you wish. Otherwise, make your preparations and tell me where you wish to go.
Well, Varuk and Broad are eating grits with venison.
Hmm.
Joe, can you check Facebook Messenger when you have a chance?
Me?
Yep.
I can.
I'm going over my my cold weather gear, making sure it's freshly oiled and maybe even waxed a bit for waterproofing. Big heavy mittens that come up almost all the way to my elbow that are tethered, so I can kind of click them off if I need to be able to do stuff. I do have a backpack as well, and a almost slightly taller than me, so about right at 6 foot tall, almost looks like ivory staff, well-worn, kind of whitish yellow grooves carved into the side of it, and just a smooth stone affixed to the top. Almost looks like a perfectly flat but smooth river stone affixed at the top.
So, Tax, you are what I would call a master planner. Where should we go first?
Well, I do believe that Farouk and Brodega did have the best in mind. Oh no, I apologize. It was Cronus. I will learn all of your names. I'm very bad with names, very good with details. So I believe the best plan is to go after the iron ore, and then we will go north for approximately an hour and a half. And if we haven't come across it in an hour and a half, we probably will not come across it. Anyways, we go northwest for about an hour and a half. We find it, then we have to bring it back. So that's going to be another 2 hours. So we should be back by lunch. So we don't have to pack a lunch. We can have lunch here, and then we could head off to Targos, which should take us approximately 5 hours. I do believe that is what Brodega said. And however, weather may be an issue, and we might be looking for the tent merchants, because I believe that is the tent merchant murderers that may be on our journey.
Just keep in mind that we have not been paid up front for the iron ore job. Therefore, if it takes us more than a half an hour once we're in the location to find it, we should just quit and head to Targos. We've lost nothing.
By the river, that would be great for me.
So is cairn? Does that mean burial?
Typically,
sorry,
yes.
Okay.
Does
I think I
what
know where
mean
that's
burial?
at. I think I know where that's at. I walked by a great burial mound on the way into town. And if we're lucky, I saw some bear cubs. We can find the mother and wrestle the mother and get some good bear meat. So we
My
want to
friend
go-
Varuk, I believe Kelvin's Cairn is a mountain in the area. It's named Cairn because of a mythological battle that took place and what is buried beneath.
Oh, well, there's no mountains around here. You'd have to go far north to the actual mountains.
So after breakfast, we go find some iron.
Sounds good. Let's go.
You see Croesus kind of appear from his room down into the tavern where I'm assuming we're all meeting. And he is definitely donning the full weather, cold weather gear. He's got, his pack. He's got slinged to his back a big crossbow, and he's got a dagger on his side. And he just kind of, he gets down to the room, surveys it a bit, gets the big Croesus smile on his, grin. And he's like, "Who's ready for an excursion? Let's go."
Yes, let's
Wrap
go.
a scarf up around my face, hood up, big whitish gray canvas heavy cloak over me, over the pack that's underneath it to keep it out of the weather as well. Step out. As we hit the door, I look at Brodjaga and go, is there any reason I should not potentially help light our way? Are you worried about attracting any attention?
You should always be worried about attracting attention, but we still need to see.
Mutter a word.
For my part, Hoot provides me the vision I need. But if you would feel more comfortable with light, that's fine.
I mutter a word. I mutter a word in magic and magic language, and then the stone at the top of the staff just glows with the silvery blue light.
Excuse me.
Did you just say
sir.
Shirok?
Basically.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, I heard
excuse
you
me.
Iraq
say.
is the magic word that ignites the light spell. Yes.
Excuse
No
me,
matter what universe
Dalen.
you're in. Saddlethon?
Excuse me, Mr. Dalen. Mr. Dalen.
Yes.
Um, I want to be very clear. I'm very not familiar with other people. I was raised very isolated. Were you born? I know for a fact that you are a magic user, and I'm guessing based off of you've studied that for a while. That spell you just did. Were you born with that, or is that something you learned?
It is definitely something that I had to study for quite a while to master.
And how would you feel about a person that was born with that specific spell, not other spells, but just that one?
I would potentially be a bit envious for not having to do the work, but I've heard of various races that have some magic inborn. I look at the dragonborn over here next to me, and go, I sadly am not one of those. It is all study and work.
What
Oh.
other spells do you know?
Lisa, could you please refresh the screen for you in Roll20 and let me see what you see?
Don, Robert's character, you're an Aes Sedai, and he's totally a fucking wilder, and you're like, this son of a bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is a cool little landing page
Oh, nice.
that kind of has little.
Ali, do you see the name of the town on the far right along the bottom of the different lists of town names?
All right.
Care Dinaval?
Nope, further right than that.
Oh.
Koenig!
That would be Carcanig, yes.
It would be, yes.
Okay.
There's no
So,
E in there, though.
Means, what'd you say?
So there's no E in there, though.
That's
It
the
probably
German,
has
with an umlaut, it's the German pronunciation. Yeah,
Or the
Alright.
German spelling of the same
yeah,
word,
German spelling.
Are you affiliated with the Watchtower of the Host Tower of the Arcane? And
Oh, no.
and
I'm not from Muskin, and I'm not affiliated with Watchtower, although I did travel past it on my way north. No, I'm affiliated with an order that is based in Waterdeep right now, although the chapter house I belong to is in Neverwinter.
are you far along in your order?
I've been accepted as a full member, but no, I'm at the beginning of my journey.
All right. I'm doing an insight check to see if I think that you are friendly to the Host Tower of the Arcane.
I am not actively against them, but I am definitely not with them. I'm not
Alright.
definitely not lying to you. I don't even need to make a deception roll. There was no deception intended.
All right. I feel like you're telling me.
Yeah.
All right.
okie
guys notice-
dokie. I need someone to make a survival check.
That would be
I
the guide of the party, the one I
Mhm.
Yeah,
hired
I
specifically for
assume
survival
that's
checks.
me.
That would
Oh,
be
if you want to.
Although, is Varuk helping me out? Me
Yes.
and Varuk are pretty pally.
Yep.
So I
That is
assume I
something I
take
am-
this with advantage. 13.
That's I mean, he was pretty explicit. He pointed in the right direction, and you know where Kelvin's cairn is, and you know the right direction to go. And you set off. It's not easy going because it is overland. It's cold as usual. You all strap on your snowshoes and trundle your way through the tundra for about an hour.
Oh man, I'm just cold thinking about it.
It's cold in here.
Yeah,
I am shivering. It is
the
cold in this
wind
house.
blows.
I just turned on my heater.
I assume that, and I mean, it's still going to be difficult going. I understand that. But I assume to make it a little bit easier, I have Hoot out in front of me, kind of like trampling a pretty good path.
About how far ahead
makes
of you is he?
She,
She, she?
not very far, like 10 feet, but enough that like, you know, she's a pretty bulky, big thing.
Right.
So, you know, she makes the going in her wake a little bit easier.
Fair enough.
But King
So
Wenceslas looked out
after-
on the feast
after
of
a-
Stephen.
After about an hour, as I said, Hoot is kind of making her way towards the crest of a ridge, and when she reaches the top, she kind of stops and she looks back at you and kind of squawks in let's say alarm, but yeah, you know, she wants your attention and she's not going forward.
All right. I will put an arrow to my bow and stealthily sneak up beside her to get a look at what she's seeing.
Make a stealth check for me, please.
I
With
will do
advantage,
so.
because you're in the snow.
And I don't have disadvantage because I took medium armor master.
There you go.
How about a
You
19?
you are very, very confident that you have not been seen. You have learned how not to be seen. You make it up beside Hoot. You kind of look over the crest. There's sort of a gully, and you're pretty sure there's a largely, well, not largely, a small dismembered body in the bottom of the gully, mostly covered with snow, but you can see the blood and the viscera under the snow around the body.
Do the proportions suggest dwarvishness?
They do.
Do I see any immediate threats?
You make a perception check.
I do make a perception check. Eh, 10.
You don't see any immediate threats.
Does Hoot see an immediate threat? Do you bring this to our attention? Or do we keep walking?
I
Um,
carefully release tension on the bowstring so as not to fire off the arrow,
right.
but I keep the arrow there.
Keep it knocked. Gotcha. So you notice that Hoot is not tense or anxious. So you don't think Hoot senses any impending doom.
I hold up a hand and like motion forward to whoever is closest behind me.
Oh, I mean,
That would be my guess.
I definitely hold back until they wave us forward. Also, if they're outside the range of the light, I'm going to go ahead and dim the light.
Okay. It is.
Oh, sorry.
It's it's mid-morning, you know, not even noon yet. And I mean, it's getting close to dim light. It's not it's definitely not full dim. It's kind of dim. In other words, it's cold and it's dark, y'all.
Oh yeah. Well,
You
and I
can,
guess what I do is I take the staff and kind of stick it under the cloak because I don't want to have to use an action to relight it, but I definitely don't want to have a beacon sitting out drawing attention to me right now.
Sure, fair enough. Okay, noted.
So when Varuk is beside me, I'll point out the dwarven remains. So I believe this is our dead dwarf, Varuk. Do you see the sled with the iron? I can't find it.
Croesus would like to make a perception check.
Make one. Are you going to make a perception check on the crest of the ridge?
Yes, where it would be easier to see.
You're pretty confident that there's something in the bottom of the ravine. And now that it's been pointed out to you, you're like, oh yes, I think that looks like a mostly dismembered dwarf corpse.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It's
All right.
not it's not much of a radius, but I will pull out the rock that Tax provided me, and I will attempt to throw that lighted rock in the vicinity of the corpse that I see.
Make an attack roll.
Don't miss.
I mean, what modifier am I doing? Dex?
Yeah, it's a missile attack.
All right. Ten.
Yeah, you get it close enough. It's not that far. You know, it's the height difference is maybe 7 to 10 feet. It's a gentle slope. It's a gully, not a canyon. And you managed to get the rock there beside it. You can see now that there's a little bit brighter light there. You can make out the form of the dwarven corpse. It seems to be just mostly a torso. It doesn't appear to be a head or any limbs, but it is covered with snow. So you could kind of make out the form of, and the snow is obviously stained crimson with blood and viscera, and the snow is disturbed around the corpse.
But I don't see a sled.
You do not see a sled.
All right. I will say in giant to Varuk, if you get the chance, harvest the meat from that dwarf. We may need it, but our friends may not exactly like to know where it came from.
I was taught that flesh of soft skins, that would be Mog. I do not agree. Animals, yes, but soft
I'm just
skins.
I'm just gonna put it out there. Allie has a boundary. If you feed me humanoid people meat, my character, I will not be happy. That is a boundary I have. Do not feed my character people meat.
That's a hard pass.
What about the owl belt? Maybe it's just feeding it to the owl bear.
What purpose
That's fine.
could you have for that?
You just never know when you need more meat.
But we could
It's
get
scarce
animal
here.
meat. I told you, I passed a bear cub and his mom. We could get that if we wanted.
I mean, it's a last resort, but it's nice to have a last resort on hand.
Well, it's in ice. It's not going anywhere.
Okay. I'll harvest it if I can. You don't worry about it if you don't want to. That's fine. All right. But there's our dwarf corpse. I switch back to common. There's our dwarf corpse. The sled should not be far from here. Let's continue down.
Do you proceed into the ravine?
We do.
Yes, Croesus definitely does, especially as Broad goes down. And while he's doing that, Croesus is also looking for signs of the cart sled.
Okay. Everyone that's looking around the snow. So there's a dwarven corpse. The snow covers most of the gory bits, but the headless torso and severed limbs are visible. So they are not attached to the torso. They're a little bit under the snow. You do see tracks in the snow all around the corpse, and the telltale side-by-side grooves in the snow left by a sled being pulled out of the ravine further to the northeast.
That away.
Oh, I think we should follow those sled tracks.
That seems good.
So Varuk and Broad, give me survival checks, please.
Absolutely.
We see any footsteps of things that would have pulled the sled?
So Rajaga, you are relatively confident that the tracks around the corpse are fresh, made within the last hour or so.
Ooh.
And they belong to approximately a half dozen small-sized humanoids wearing snowshoes.
Hey guys, other dwarves may have already discovered this corpse. I think y'all should follow those sled tracks while I examine the corpse more closely.
I pull the staff back out so the area is lit. Ooh, that looks pretty. Nice cheesecake.
Picked it up from my boss.
Nice. I like your boss.
This one was Zoe. This boss was Zoe.
Croesus continues walking.
I mean, I point them in the direction of the sled tracks. I assume they're smart enough to figure it out.
Yeah, I'll walk down and take a look around. How snowy is it? Are we going to lose tracks pretty quick, or are we feeling we can follow this for a bit?
Like, is it actively snowing?
Joseph.
It is not
Okay.
snowing right now.
Okay, cool.
So Tax is going to be really interested in the body. And if Bodega is going to go and investigate the body, she would want to come with it. And she's going to sketch it and look at, because I do believe they said it was torn apart. So she's going to like definitely sketch like the parts that were torn and see if she can see the direction and the vector and the force and the strength that would be needed to do such things.
Both of you make medicine checks.
Oh, wow.
And do it with advantage.
All right.
Can I do
10.
an investigation check instead? But
Medicine was fun.
Fair enough. So investigating the corpse and the area around it, the legs look like they were gnawed through and ripped off. They are, you find some kind of leg-ish bits as though something perhaps consumed them. The lower abdomen is ripped open and almost absent of any internal organs. The arms have also been gnawed, and the flesh and muscle from them has been consumed, and the head is nowhere to be found.
So I want to be clear on this. So it is in multiple pieces, but the multiple pieces have been partially or fully consumed.
Correct.
I am 100% going to try to see imprints. If I can't, I'm going to pack it with snow and see if I can turn it upside down to see if I can get the imprints so I can see the teeth pattern from any remaining flesh.
And I am salvaging whatever meat I can from the corpse.
There's
And
not
I'll
really,
just look at,
yeah,
I'll just look at, go ahead, sorry.
there's some flesh, maybe a wee bit of pectoral muscles, but luckily it's cold. Make a medicine check to do that. Belatax, make a investigation.
20 on the medicine check.
Yep, you can get like maybe 2 days worth of meat for a person or for an owlbear.
Okay.
This is my
Yeah.
first time dealing with this kind of corpse. I did not do as well as I'd hoped.
It is, but you do remember that Hrunya, when she was describing what happened, you remember they were attacked by a Yeti, and the Yeti did in fact end the life of poor Ubak. So it looks to be pretty consistent with a carnivorous Yeti attack.
Okay. So it was like the sorry, go ahead, Jay.
I look at Tax as I'm harvesting the meat from this corpse. I'm like, you're a woman of science. You understand, right? That sometimes you just have to take what you're given. I'm not sure that everyone else would be very comfortable with the source of this meat. So do me a favor and keep it under wraps, huh?
And you see her like thinking about what you've said and go, for scientific purposes, and then keep going.
Okay.
Because even though you have perhaps implicitly told her what you were doing with it, she thinks you're getting samples for testing.
Of course I am.
Right. So it takes you about, 10, 15 minutes to do this. What are the rest of you doing?
I'm walking down and looking at where probably the battle took place, see if anything fell off the cart or the sled before it left, but then waiting for them because that's where we told them we would meet them. That's where I'm waiting.
Investigation check.
Investigation check.
Joe, I'll also be collecting things from the body as well, like bone parts, any metal or stuff they've left behind that I could possibly use and or measure or use for measurements. I will be collecting knickknacks and things.
I'm gonna be looking at the footprints to see if I think they're heavy enough, if they made a deep enough imprint in the snow to be dwarven, or if they are a lighter creature, humanoid prints.
Make a survival check. And Belatax, you are able to salvage some bits of leather armor. Nothing, anything super useful, but you can make an entry of dwarf corpse accessories. I don't know.
But like definitely, like, I know this sounds really fucked up, but I would definitely be interested in parts of bone, like at least a sliver of the bone to put specimen kit and things of that nature.
Absolutely. Go right ahead. You can you and your newfound cannibal buddy Broadyaga can just you can go all Dahmer on that corpse. So Sistin, looking at the tracks, and these are these, they're in snowshoes. Like whomever these creatures were, they were wearing snowshoes. However, looking around and kind of doing a little bit of quick figuring at the tracks your compatriots make wearing snowshoes, and these, you notice that they are probably too shallow to be of the same weight as a dwarf. And the tracks continue northeast into the wooded tundra.
I definitely want to wait for Broad with this, but I doubt these are dwarven tracks.
Right
I
on.
wonder if they belong to something else, and Brodiega may be the best one to tell us what is of this size that would make these tracks.
Okay. So you finish your grisly work, and you kind of rejoin the rest of the group, kind of waiting on what to do.
I tell Broad what I suspect from the tracks, but I'm not as familiar with the snow. Of course, it's cold in Luskin, but the prints, I think they should be heavier.
I examine the tracks.
Okay, Radyaga, you are absolutely certain these tracks are too shallow to have been made by dwarves. Some other small-sized but lighter humanoids. Probably anywhere from, you can guess 6, 8, maybe. A little hard to tell. Make a survival check if you want to really get particular about it.
I do really want to get
Then
particular about it.
get particky with it.
16.
You are pretty confident that there's about 6 small, lighter than a dwarf humanoids, but you don't see anything that is specific to a race or species.
But given my knowledge of the area, what's lighter than a dwarf? Are we talking like goblins, maybe?
We are talking
Or-
goblins. Goblins is a pretty good guess. With that roll, you're pretty confident it's like, yeah, these are like snow goblins.
Yeah, it's probably fucking goblins.
And you can tell that they're struggling to move this giant ass sled full of iron. But they are moving it, and the tracks go off.
And you said they were fresh.
The tracks are fresh, about an hour old.
So, I mean, the question we have to ask ourselves is, should we deny goblins access to iron?
I'd
you
rather
want
deny
free
them access
arrowheads?
to iron and give us, your arrowheads and our gems, like loot. Like, I want to build a reputation and network of friendly people to help us in this terrible, terrible place.
In this terrible,
And-
dark, brutal, frozen hellscape.
And you people are a means to accomplish that right now.
It's
By
brutal out here.
getting this
Okay.
over.
Croesus, I absolutely respect your entrepreneurial spirit. But are we absolutely certain that courting the favor of the dwarves is a better strategy than courting the favor of the goblins?
The goblins do not supply ore to the blacksmith in town.
But I'm sure they have their own blacksmith they supply ore to.
Are they going to give you the same deal?
Perhaps. Maybe we should talk to them.
Do you want to go ask goblins?
Jay, make a wisdom, insight, or intelligence save. Whatever is going to give you the better number.
All right.
Hold on. I'm gonna try to give him advantage.
Do it.
Goblins are filthy, wretched
Yeah.
creatures.
So you know how
15 or 16 with
right. So you know how Bellatrax has the clockwork gears in her brain that work, and then a cuckoo clock comes out. Yours are kind of cold, like stone gears that kind of grumble and grind together. And then they kind of lurch to a halt, and there's a dong. And you go, oh, yeah, goblins aren't known for their craftsmanship. They make shitty things. They normally don't make things, they normally steal them.
I was actually about to roleplay exactly that.
Yeah.
So you realize that, and Chris, I apologize.
I would also
maybe-
point out that if they have
maybe-
something,
maybe they steal because the means of production have been denied them.
it's definitely a possibility, but the other perhaps better way to look at this is that they have it and we don't. And we have no standing to bargain with them about it unless we take it or threaten to take it, in which case it would be a hostile negotiation. We have no standing in this negotiation. With the dwarves, we do. And so looking at that outcome, looking at what we might be able to do, I would say the likelihood of us having a positive outcome with this would still end in a battle with goblins and then trying to bargain with them.
Also, I'm not sure if goblins have a blacksmith, and it is very important for me to have access to his tools.
But I love that you care about the goblins in that way, that you want to make sure that they were taken care of.
Nobody should care about goblins. They are filthy and wretched. It is very mot to slay them.
I'm with Varuk on this one.
I am also with Rook on this one. The goblin kin, the orc kin here in the north have been a constant plague on the settlements in this area.
I say in Goblin, just to see if anyone understands me, what the fuck do you people know about goblins?
Beg pardon?
Does
What?
anyone understand that?
God, you did not just speak in the magnificent tongue of giants, so I do not understand what you said.
Anyone else here speak Goblin?
I do not.
So
No.
that seems similar to Orcish in a way. So, what did you say?
I switched back to common. You know nothing of goblins.
I know nothing of goblins, but I know that we either leave them to it and get nothing, or we take it, or we threaten to take it and try to bargain with them. Do you have another way of bargaining with them to get something out of this deal?
Yes, we bargain with them as equals. We
What do we have to
respect.
bargain with as equals? What is the bargain?
I know plenty about goblins. They are like vermin. They come in and steal things. That is all they know. You cannot reason with them. They only know one thing.
You can reason with anyone.
No.
So what is-
Okay, if
Rod,
you
what is
can
our-
convince
what is
them
our
to give
bargain
us
with
half,
If
give
they
us half
pay,
up front.
if they pay up front, that's all we need to know.
But what are we asking them to pay for? They
Where
have the ore.
They pay
They
for us
have
not
the-
to take ore.
they have the ore, but can they mine more? Maybe we can offer them rights to mine, to produce their own ore.
You have this power?
Bro, where did you get mining rights? Why are you slumming it out here if you've got mining rights? Are you
Because
holding
it-
back on us?
It doesn't matter if I have them. It only matters if the goblins believe I have them.
So let me get this straight. You are thinking about not following through with the dwarves, to lie to goblins, to then bargain with them to let them keep the ore. And we get what exactly?
Amusement.
I
I'd get
play
great amusement
darts
out of slaying.
or
I mean, I'm sorry. Are you folk like completely enamored of dwarves? Why are dwarves better than goblins?
Because
Why
these
should
dwarves,
why should dwarves have mining rights over goblins?
I don't know if they should have mining rights over goblins, but I know they did the work for this ore.
They
More
did the work for
importantly,
this
the
or
dwarves are going to pay us, and the goblins probably won't pay us.
but we don't know that. Let's go talk to the goblins and see if they'll pay us.
so why would they pay us, God?
Why would they pay us?
Yes,
So that we don't side with the dwarves.
that is right. We are saying to them, we're starting this bargain with them, saying, bargain with us, or we will take your ore and give it to the dwarves.
Pretty
How
much.
friendly of a bargain does that seem to you?
Well, if you approach it that way, it doesn't seem friendly at all. That you don't lead with the dwarves thing.
All right.
You lead with the goblins taking more of the mining duties in the entire area.
Are goblins really, really stupid? Because I don't think that they would believe that we have the mining rights to this region. I'm looking around and I don't see very many miners.
I believe that they believe that we could oppose the dwarves if it was in our interest to do so.
How many dwarves would we have to oppose to make good on this promise to the goblins? And then what does that mean to the dwarves?
What does it mean to the dwarves? They refuse to pay up front.
Well,
The dwarves have given us nothing.
no, but they have
We
promised
owe
us a
them.
bargain.
We owe them nothing.
I believe our friend Tax would like to enter into a business relationship with the dwarves, so we engender potentially goodwill with them. Tax, you look like you'd like to say something.
Real quick, two things. Yes, I do want to say something. Joe, can I do an investigation check on the number of tracks, knowing that a goblin is a biped humanoid creature, to assess exactly how many, or did you say it's 4 already?
Yes.
I think you said
think-
6.
I think so. And I think
Yaga
that's
is
actually,
absolutely confident that it is 6.
and I think that would be survival as well.
Okay.
And,
So 6 goblins. Okay. So I would say,
hold on.
go
Anyone
ahead.
with a passive perception over 14. Who are you?
That's me.
I have passive
you-
investigation.
So
If you include, yes.
so you hear
And if it's
you hear the sound of Radyaga, you and Varuk and Croesus, anyone who's been here recognizes it as the sound of a hawk, their kind of screeching cry. You look up and you see a hawk circling overhead and then begin to fly off in the direction, the same direction that the sled has been pushed.
Should follow them.
I will say Rojaga, I completely understand your concern and your business acumen, and I respect it. However, I'll say our overall goal, because you are correct, the dwarves did not give us anything. However, they did promise to give you lifelong arrows. And from what I understand of your modus operandi, that would be a very good thing for you. So we have not received anything from the dwarves. However, if we take this back, you will receive lifelong arrows and we will all receive a gem worth 50 gold pieces. Further, we would have to negotiate with the goblins, and I'm not positive, but the goblins that I have encountered with are not good negotiators. Like, they're more like banders, and it can happen, but it's not the best. And we are in a hurry because, as you know, we have 27 days, so a few hours isn't a big deal. However, we have murderers to catch and a wizard to find. And I do believe we were also trying to. Oh yes, I need to get to the river. So every moment that we spend trying to negotiate is taking us away from what we have already been paid for.
I'm pretty sure the goblins wouldn't negotiate, but it would be kind of funny to watch them try.
I mean, I'm up for anything. I just want to make sure that we stay on task.
I'm with Croesus. I think we go beat these guys up and take back what we've been asked to do.
However, if you'd like to mobilize the goblins, I can optimize a goblin organization chart for them to then take over the mines.
Why don't you work on that? That will be very helpful in the negotiation, I think, is imminently in our future.
Okay, so how about this? You go ahead alone and negotiate, and we'll be a little bit behind you. And if we don't see the negotiations going well, we'll come in and back you up and take the ore.
Croesus, so violent. And here's my question. Has anyone paid you to kill these goblins?
Didn't say we have to kill them. Doesn't mean we still cannot. They're goblins. We can still take the ore. They know it does not belong to them.
What does ore, who does ore really belong to? It's from the earth. It is for everyone.
If I give you a silver piece, would you do this? That way you're paid? I'm freezing here. I need to get moving.
What do you want me to do, Dalen?
Just follow along or help us track the goblins down.
No, I want to track them down, but I want to track them down to negotiate.
And
I don't
so
have the bloodlust that
Assistant
is
said,
apparently inherent in the rest of you.
Assistant said, you want to negotiate in false terms with giving them rights to something you have nothing to give rights from?
Who has rights?
I'm asking you if you have rights to.
You said
No
you
one
wanted to
has
give
rights.
them rights.
So you do not have rights to give them something that you're saying you're going to negotiate with them for. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I understand correctly.
I will negotiate with them to protect their rights as sovereign beings to take from the mountain what the mountain has to give. There is no reason that the dwarves should claim exclusive right to mining of iron ore.
I will
Okay.
hand you a diagram that I have written, the timetable for the mines, and then when the dwarves are there and when the goblins can be there, a diagram for how to build the sled that is more appropriately sized with the right leverage for a goblin body instead of a dwarf body, and an appropriate usage chart for the ore if they don't know how to use it.
Okay. While I am somewhat amused by this back and forth, and I am not here to ramrod anyone into doing what they do or do not wish to do, we are approaching 11 o'clock.
Yeah, we probably need to wrap up now.
Also, I will say, Jay, as a player, I appreciate doing something different, but if you're the only one that wants this and the rest of us are trying to role play around it, you're just being obstinate.
Okay.
We tried role playing out of it. Now I'm just kind of bored of it, to be honest.
Like I don't know how much time we want to spend with Brodyaga trying to convince us of this, but if this is like how Brodyaga sees the world, I don't mind you RPing it. But I mean, will it be this episode and next episode having this conversation, or at some point do we?
Well, I want to meet the goblins, and then it'll play out.
Okay.
Well, then,
So I
I'm-
will say Croesus has given you an out to that.
may I suggest you follow the tracks and
Right.
find the goblins?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we ever agreed that we were going to shoot on site. I think we were going to say, hey, we've come to reclaim the ore and actually have the conversation.
Now, how likely is that to go?
None of us believe them to give it up willingly,
Right.
is I think the gist of it. You believe that there is a diplomatic solution. We don't necessarily think that that is likely to happen.
Highly.
So
doubted.
actually, as a point of just, I don't want to meta, but what is Dalen's? I know Dalen really is deaf on orcs. I don't know what Dalen's background is on goblins and what he would know. Does he have a particular feel for how goblins in society work? Are they, as Varug was describing, kind of the rats or whatnot? Or in Waterdeep, in Neverwinter, have I seen quote unquote civilized goblins interact?
So
I mean, I think about Not the Brave, and I'm like, okay, maybe I shouldn't be death on all goblins, but I don't know how Faerun handles that.
okay,
That's different.
while you're thinking of Not the Brave, I want you to consider the fact that Not the Brave went through a great deal of trouble to conceal her identity.
No,
as
I
a
agree.
goblin.
I'm all with you. I'm with you.
So it's kind of one of those things, right? Where it's like, you're not 100% certain that all goblins are bad, right? Like you may have, like, after you've slaughtered 1,000 of them, you're like, I wonder if these guys are bad or not. I don't know. As a rule, goblinoid society is relatively built around the concept of taking from the weak and bettering themselves.
Got
They are because they are not large in stature. They tend to work in groups. They tend to work in numbers. They tend to maraud and raid, and they have very little known or perceived compunction against murdering the shit out of anything that isn't a goblin. And even if directed by their clan leaders or, you know, whomever happens to be in power to murder the shit out of some other goblins, they'll probably murder the shit out of the other goblins. And I don't know how far down the role playing some sort of goblin proletariat overthrowing the humanoid races of Icewind Dale. I mean, that's the direction you guys want to go. I can do it. It's probably not going to go that. It's probably not going to go that well, though.
I think it's pretty clear that I'm the only one interested in pursuing that, so I'll yield.
Well, I'll put it this way. I don't think anyone in the party was interested in shooting on site, which means there will definitely be a chance for conversation. And given that you actually speak Goblin, you'll have a chance to actually have a conversation that we probably won't. And we will see where that goes. So I think there is an opportunity to try to obtain whatever sort of motivations you might have as a character without
And
navigating a shoot on first sight sort of thing.
as your GM, it would probably be good if I knew that Brodyaga had some sort of affinity for goblinoids.
Not necessarily, it's just that no one's paid me up front for this. And I don't necessarily hate goblinoids more than I hate dwarves.
What I take issue is that it seems like a disingenuous negotiation. And it seems like we are foregoing something that we know for something that we don't know, and we're lying about it. Like I don't see that we have anything to offer the goblins, so I don't see it as being logical or successful. And so it is more of the internal logic of that piece of it that's bothering Sister. Because if you were really worried about the goblins, there would be a solution that was more systemic than us being the ones to negotiate with them. We don't have any standing. And we would be leading them down a false path.
Hold on. I'm going to set a timer for 60 seconds. At the end of that 60 seconds, I need to know what you're doing.
I say that generally speaking, it sounds like the party as a whole believes on not shooting on first sight and going in, saying, hey, that's our ore, give it to us, and then seeing what happens after that.
We know how this was going to go, but I would like to see him try. It might be funny.
Just interested in repossesses of the ore and a timely manner for which us to get on with our duties.
Let's go.
And I have provided you with the diagram for a more systemically productive goblin society.
Oh no, you're going to have to work that out. And that's going to require more than one roll.
What roles am I doing?
It will take time, like days, probably weeks.
Okay.
Unless you have some sort of, all right, time's up. What are we doing?
I believe we're following the goblins and approaching them, and as they struggle, we will catch up and encounter them.
We all agreed?
I'm good.
All righty. Fantastic. So you follow the tracks for about half an hour. You can, Rajaga, you and Varuk are aware that what little trees and tundra shrubbery, I don't know, vegetation, the things that makes this somewhat of a winter forest is beginning to kind of thin out.
Ooh.
And you can see a clearing up ahead about 20, well, no, probably about 50 to 100 feet. And you can see from where you are, you can see that it kind of opens up into an open tundra.
And in that open tundra, can we tell if the tracks just continue and meander on, or
I mean, are you going to approach the opening? Are you going to stealthily make your way to the edge of the forest? Or are you going to, I mean, if you're about 100 feet out, what are you doing?
oh, of entering the forest? Okay, I had
No, exiting. You are in what amounts to a forest. When I say forest, it's not like old growth. Oh my God, forest. It's like, near the North Pole, the forest around Santa's house.
Exiting some cover to no cover.
Basically, there is a clearing of indeterminate size in about 100 feet.
Like
We're-
evergreen pines
okay,
are going to go away.
So, and I'll clear it with the rest of the party before I do it, because I understand that we are at loggerheads on approaching this. But my thing would be to come out clearly into the open with no weapons in hand, and shout out in Goblin the equivalent of "We seek parley."
I'm good with that.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I will say, yeah, that's probably fine. Croesus doesn't have to have his crossbow drawn necessarily, but he's feels a little weird not having it drawn. But that's fine. That's reasonable.
How, Rodyaga, do you see how far the tracks go? I mean, can you see? I know it's super dark, so you probably can't see particularly far, but do they head out into the clearing?
They do.
Do they?
They
Okay.
do. Yes.
I can see for 60 feet.
So yeah, if everyone is on board with that plan, that's what I do. I go out, no weapons in hand, and say in Goblin, we seek to parlay.
So you make your way to the
Hang on away.
clearing, and you can see roughly 60 or so feet away from you, there are 6 goblins straining their way and pushing a sled loaded down with iron ingots across the tundra. In the distance, you see a large wagon that is, I'm going to say, crudely and imposingly constructed. And there are 2 polar bears hitched up to this wagon. It's a wheeled wagon, as though to pull it. You don't see anyone. You don't see anything around the wagon other than the polar bears. You step out, you make your pronouncement, and the goblins kind of stop. And you know how in a when you have a group of animals and like they all turn at the same time? It's like that. Ragged goblins in squalid furs. They have little goblin bows, little goblin knives, little goblin feet, and little goblin snowshoes. And they all kind of turn around and one of them, the one that was, maybe he was the one in charge, kind of turns around. He takes you. Do you have a hoot with you?
Yeah, right beside me.
Right. So turn around. They kind of take you in. They kind of all look back at each other for a second. They kind of glance towards the wagon. They kind of look back to you. And the one kind of steps forward a little bit. He goes, obviously in Goblin, he goes, what's parlay?
We want to talk.
Okay. So I'm not the boss. I'm just I'm the guy that Isobai put in charge. Nobody wants to talk. You mind if I do you mind if I call my manager real quick? Yeah. And he goes, do you mind? Because I'm really like, I was given a specific task and
What specific task were you given?
me and the boys pushing this sled full of iron to the big wagon over there where Isobai and more people from our clan are. And we were gonna load it up and Isobai didn't really say what we were gonna do after that. She just said that we were gonna take this ingots and probably sell it. Maybe, we don't really have a lot of blacksmiths. Really, since the sky turned dark and the snow came, really we just been freezing our nuts off out here, man. And it's cold and we're miserable. And you know what? Do you mind if I and he pulls up this little horn. He goes, do you mind if I blow this horn so that Isobai knows, that I need her attention? Would that be okay?
Insight check something.
It's okay
Insight.
with me. I'd
Yeah.
love to talk to Isobai.
Okay. So he's like all of the other goblins have made like a little semicircle around him, and they're like, the fuck? And he's like, I don't know, but I'm a big guy, he's got an owl bear. Fuck it. Pulls out a little horn. And it's kind of pitiful, kind of sad sounding. It's not a very good horn. And a couple of seconds later, you see some movement over by the other wagon, and you see a goblin climb up on top of the wagon. And she's got a lit torch in one hand, and she's holding her hand out, and there's a hooded hawk perched on her arm. And she gets out. Now it's a good here, I will move you guys to the map so that you can see what's going on here. Right? Do this.
Yeah,
and
König.
do this. Okay.
Google. Ooh.
Okay. So you guys are down here. You've that is wrong thing. Okay. So you have
I'm really going to want the bard backing me up on this.
Okay.
By the way.
What would you like me to do?
so just because this map is not that big, there's about 60 feet from where you are to where the edge of the map is.
To the edge of the map?
There's an additional 60 feet.
Got it.
Rajega, if you wish, place yourself and Hoot at whatever distance you wish to be doing this.
Let me find myself. We're roughly here, I suppose.
Right on. So
Okay.
I'm gonna tap you.
I appear to be able to move Hoot, but not myself.
Huh?
Also, I have way more hit points than I should. Yeah, I don't have control of my token. I have control of Hoot's token, but not mine.
Really?
Yeah.
That's super cool.
If you'd like, I could drag a token out. Oh,
That might
look,
be-
I'm huge.
Yeah, scaling's a little weird on this.
All right, I can resize me.
Oh, yeah, just resize you if you wish. That's fine.
If I can get.
I
the
cast
resize.
enlarge on Broad.
Embiggen.
Rod, I tap you on the shoulder and you have a D4. to roll
Okay,
for your
cool.
Ability.
For some
Alrighty.
reason, there we go. Now it's
Yep.
resized.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're roughly here-ish.
Here-ish.
I'll be standing right behind him.
Alrighty, so you
Maybe
guys,
not that close.
you
Right.
know, up, 60, 80 feet away, something like that. Here, I'll do the thing. Yeah, 45, 50-ish feet away is this other wagon. And this this goblin comes out on top of it, and hog on one hand, holding a torch over her head, and she yells back and she goes, Greeble, what the fuck are you doing blowing the horn? And he's like, so, and he kind of points back at you and goes, he wants to talk. And she goes, talk about what? He goes, well, he didn't really say, actually. He just said he wanted to talk. No, he said he wanted to talk. Jesus, too tired to do voices right. And she goes, Dad, okay. And she kind of, you could see she's kind of looking, and she goes, who are you and what do you want?
I'm Bradyaga, and I want to come to an amicable conclusion on the disposition of this iron ore.
And you can almost hear the Jeopardy theme playing as she's like, she goes, right. Give me just a minute. I'll be right down. She disappears back in the wagon. You hear some sort of muffled sounds of, I don't know, confusion. Sort of just weird noises. And then she emerges from the wagon. Gets to about right here. And then geez. Geez.
Is that a snowman?
Huh? Yes, it's definitely a snowman. Oh, I see. I'm in the wrong place. And she is flanked by another pair of goblins that are nervously kind of nervously tugging at goblin bows. And can you guys see everything? Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah.
And she kind of gets there, she's keeping a healthy distance from you. And she's like, all right. Okay. So you want to talk about this iron that we found? There was nobody alive when we found it. And it didn't have like a sign on it or anything. So what do you what do you propose?
That's fair. I understand. It's scavenge. You found it. The deal is, we were hired by the dwarves that mined this ore to reclaim it. And obviously, if we're to reclaim it from you, some very messy stuff will have to happen. And probably some of you will die. Maybe some of us will die. It'll be a huge mess. But maybe, just maybe, if you're keen, you give us half of what you claim there, and we negotiate with the dwarves to give you mining rights, to claim some of your own ore in the future, rather than needless bloodshed. Because believe me, even if you emerge completely victorious in a fight against us and claim all of this ore, they'll just hire some other band of listless adventurers to come, and it'll be another fight. It will be a constant fight. Give us half now, and we will negotiate on your behalf for rights to future ore.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Gross is just sitting here wondering, if they're going
Oh,
to speak in common.
Jesus.
Oh my, jeez, wow.
I don't think even the
Oh.
D4 could help.
No, it couldn't.
I mean, there are goblins, so maybe.
Yeah, no D4 on that one.
Does anyone else have anything to say? Some kind gesture, perhaps, that would diffuse the failed attempt at talking reason into the goblins?
I believe no one else in the party speaks Goblin, so I don't know that we caught any of the negotiation. I will hold up my hands as not holding any weapon. And smile.
Make a persuasion check, Siren.
Better.
Better, but not a great roll for me.
Huh.
Nope.
So Isabai kind of looks at you and she's like, right. So look, here's the deal. That one back there smiled, and I kind of like her smile, but I'm vacillating between horse. What's that guy's name that I can't fucking stand? Maybe
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Gilbert
Don.
Gottfried.
Yeah.
Gilbert Goblin Gottfried. Right. So I kind of like the smile on that one.
Did you?
Kind of really.
Yeah.
Oh, look. What'd you say your name was? And she's speaking Goblin to the only other person that's spoken Goblin. So you assume she means you.
I am
Broadjaw.
Broadjaga.
She goes, okay, look, I'm Isabai. And you know what? I'm tired. For real, I'm hungry. I haven't had meat in several days. And we got sent out from Carlock, and we're just supposed to find like food and like some blankets. We kind of found these ingots. Honestly, we thought maybe we'd sell them or something. Do you have any meat? Do you
I
have?
pull out the meat I got off that dwarf corpse and say, is Isokai, was it?
Isobai.
Isobai. Isobai, we have meat. That's not an issue. If you need meat, we will be glad to provide it.
Make a
We just-
persuasion check with double advantage.
We just need the so double advantage. So the first roll on this next.
Jesus,
Okay.
come on.
Jesus.
Come on.
Oh,
All right, well,
man.
add the D4. to,
Luckily
like,
for
the
you,
nine.
the DC was very low.
There was me.
Very, very low. She sees the meat, and like the other goblins around her kind of like they're almost salivating, and they're like, you'll give, do you have any blankets? Like maybe a blanket, maybe a parka, maybe some boots.
Is this still in Goblin?
Yeah, this is only that's the only language they know.
I will shout out in common to my comrades. Anybody have a spare blanket?
No, but are you giving them meat, food? I've still got some from that wolf we killed last night.
I switched to giant and tell Varuk, I'm giving them the meat from the dwarf you don't want to eat.
Oh. And if it works.
I mean, vermin are allowed to do that, right?
Yeah.
In your eyes.
I'm not eating it, so it's not dishonorable for me.
So anybody got a blanket or a
I'll give
coat?
up a blanket. I have Hoot for warmth, so
So they gather around you, and
Rosas gives up a blanket as well, actually, when he sees Rod do this as well.
Isobai says, "It looks like meat's back on the menu, boys." They gather around, they huddle into the cloaks. You get the feeling, and I'm going to wrap this up, but you get the feeling that they are so fucking miserable that the concept of fighting over a sled full of iron that they can barely move, when they can get some fresh meat of dubious origin and some blankets, and they'll call it at that. They're like, you know what? You can have that fucking sled. You can take that iron and do whatever you want to it. Me and the boys are going back home. And it's almost magical how quickly they tromp over to their polar bear pulled wagon, mount up. The whip is cracked. The polar bears are not very happy about it, but you've never met a happy polar bear. And not saying there aren't any, I'm just saying you've never met one. And they ride off into the bright patch where the sun would be setting. Congratulations. You actually found the one way in the module that says if you do this, this, or this, they won't fight you. Well done.
There you go.
Hey.
So
We fed them dwarf.
For the record,
I want you to know that the whole thing about the meat, that was all me, because that's just fucked up and I had to do it. So you can push the sled back. It's heavy. It'll take you for the rest of the day, but you can get it back. There are enough amongst you with strong backs and weak minds that you can
oh,
that's
me.
all right. You guys can you can buff and tough it out, and get it back into town. You I mean, it's kind of like a carnival when I won't say roll, but when you slowly slide back into town, the word gets out pretty quick, and you're met kind of at the gate by the three dwarves, and Haruna gathers around you. She goes, I don't believe it. Did you find Obok's corpse and bring it back so we could give it a proper burial?
No.
Yeah, no is a good answer.
It's like,
This is not the meat you're looking for.
right. And they just kind of like, they look kind of downtrodden and a little upset. The one that cried a little bit before cries a little bit more. And then Haruna's like, it's just a shell. It should be treated as such regardless. Oh, thank you very much. And she goes, she gives you the name of the smithy. I don't have it memorized. I'm not going to look it up. And she gives you all a gem, a shiny gem, a colored gem. What kind of gem? Doesn't matter. It's a gem worth 50 gold pieces, except for you, Bradiaga.
Right? No, I know what my payment is.
She gives you a letter, the wax seal, signet pressed into it. Do you speak or read Dwarven?
I do.
And you read that it is indeed a letter of marque entitling you to a lifetime supply of arrowheads, although it does say at the bottom in parentheses, within reason. So, you don't get to go to the smithy and be like, I need 40,000 arrowheads.
Right. Only
Yeah.
39,990.
Yeah, no.
You know what? You don't even have to finish the work. Just give me the iron ingots. You
Yeah.
know, I'll do the forging myself.
And also, Belatax,
Yeah.
you are also given a letter with a sealed in wax with a signet ring. Do you speak or read Dwarvish?
Yes, I can. Technically, I have full proficiency in it. It's one of my languages. But just part of who I think she is. She can understand, she could read, she could possibly even write it, but speaking it is not her strong suit.
Very well. Well, luckily you don't need to speak this. It is a short, formal letter of introduction encouraging the head blacksmith to give you limited access to their forge and facilities.
Yay!
Here in Bryn Shander. Here in Bryn Shander. And
Anders Hill.
with that, we need to check something real quick.
I created a document called Party Loot if you guys want to add to it in the shared folder.
So, you guys keeping any dwarf meat?
I think we gave it all.
Yeah, I would have given all the dwarf meat to the goblins. I mean, I'm practical enough to like keep dwarf meat around if we need it, but it's not anywhere near my first choice.
Good to
Well,
know.
that's somewhat comforting.
Yeah, it's like my fifth choice.
Right. After kobold.
I want to ask the person who gave us the gems, saying this is wonderful, and I thank you for holding to your side of the bargain. I'm sorry we were not able to do any more. I am actually on the lookout, although I'm probably not ready to purchase at this time, but for a pearl of nice quality. Is that something you've come encountered?
She looks at you and in her best Mormon voice says, "You seek a pearl of great price?"
Yes.
She says, She goes, I'm more in the metallurgical acquisitions department, not really so much the the clam poop department. So no, I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries. Thank you very much.
Oh, that would have been a great thing to get in Luskin.
Oh,
I'm sorry. We're right by the sea.
oh, and Neverwinter as well. I'm on the coast, but I just did not have the funds for it. I'm getting closer though.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, so you once again find yourself at the North Look. Almost the same time of day that you found yourself here yesterday.
I happily,
50 right? 50 gold pieces, 50 gold pieces wealthier and not in possession of humanoid flesh for consumption. So I'd say that's a bonus all the way around.
yeah, I shed the extra clothing to get to where the heat of the fire can actually get to me, and maybe even kind of ramp it up a little bit for a short while till I get warm again.
However, we do have I have dwarf bone fragment and several different specimens.
Yes.
Purely for scientific purpose. I'm not going to eat them or gnaw on them or anything.
You know,
Sure.
what we do is between you and your God. So that is where we will conclude things for the evening. You are able to
Excellent.
go to sleep
That'll be good.
without incident. You all manage to have a night full of pleasant, or at least not unpleasant or disturbing dreams. And when you wake up in the morning, you all hear a ding, and you go to level 2.
Whoa!
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't even know what I can do at level 1. That's great.
Right. So,
Reckless attack and
right.
danger
So I'm
sense.
going to stop recording now.